Victory or death!
Greetings, Starfighter. You have been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Zur and the Kodan Armada. Get ready? Prepare for blastoff.
Victory enough, Starfighters. My name is Carlin Jones, and this is a Starfighter full movie podcast. And today we are doing a very special episode, a rewatch episode, because I haven't rewatched anything yet on this podcast. We are going to be watching the 2020 play Hamilton, the critically acclaimed theater production that even after all these years, people are still talking about. And today I brought along a very special guest, someone who is a fan of my channel, fan of the podcast, and who wants to talk some Hamilton. Desdar, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great, Carlin, and greetings to the audience of Carlin. I'm from that long lost episode of the In the Heights episode of this podcast.
That's
and
right. Yeah.
So this is technically my second appearance, but technically my official appearance on the podcast. So yeah, it is really nice to be here. Carlin is a great guy, really sweet guy. And I felt personally I was compelled to do this after I listened to the podcast,
Mm-hmm.
and I felt like I could come on here and as a African American and a former theater kid and current performer slash teacher, I could give my own unique. I could just give my own unique perspective on this play that you really wouldn't get from someone who is white. And I thought I could also maybe potentially challenge some of Carlin's points that he had about the play initially. So I thought, you know what, why not? Let's not do this. Why not do this? And surprisingly, that video got a lot of attention from people, in the comments section who were like rooting for this to happen. So thank you guys out there.
Yeah. And I cannot wait for. I almost don't want to call it debate, like a debate, but more of just like a great conversation that's about to be had.
Oh yeah, I think these conversations are rare, and I felt like personally in the original, and no shade at Darby, I think she's wonderful.
Absolutely, shout out to Darby.
Yeah, I just felt like as a white progressive liberal type, I just kind of felt like she wasn't really wanting to go there, and have these conversations and call out Carlin for spitballing, and I'm like, I feel like I'm in a position where I am of the culture, I'm black. I have my own unique experiences that influence the way I feel. I think I can add a lot more to this conversation that would mean a lot because I am, black, who is a fan of this musical and who has been through the ringer in theater before. So I thought I can give that unique, fresh perspective that you might not be able to get.
That's right. Because it's so for anyone listening, this is basically going to be two black guys talking about Hamilton. One is very experienced in theater, knows the lingo, knows the culture, and another one has no idea what any of that stuff is, but is just a lover of movies and wants to understand why people love movies. Even though I've seen this before, seeing it a second time, I guarantee you it's about to be a whole new experience.
Oh yeah, and I think also, how often do you see, two black men come together to kind of talk about something from a different perspective? I think even now that's like really rare. So I think this is going to be special, and this is also before Juneteenth, so that's also another special thing that I didn't even realize until I looked at my calendar. So yeah, that's even more special.
Oh yeah, that's right, Juneteenth. Yeah, people gotta. It's really funny. We'll talk about it once the podcast starts. But I remember my brother was telling me, he's like, I don't know if this is right with me that white people get the day off too.
Yeah, it is always something. I feel like they make these holidays for themselves just so they can say, "Well, what I did, but what about this though?"
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But okay, so with that said, because there's going to be so much more to talk about, and this is like a 2 hour and 40-minute movie, let's get right into it. So Starfighter, Starfighters, if you want to watch along with us, you can watch Hamilton on Disney Plus, because obviously it's owned by Disney. So yeah, that's where we're going to be watching it. and we're going to start this movie in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mm.
All right, awesome. I almost forgot to tell you. Well, you've been on the podcast before, but I almost forgot to tell you. I'm going to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then after 1, we both press play.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, so by the way, that In the Heights podcast that we did,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm sure this audience definitely doesn't know that, but we definitely have an In the Heights episode where we watch the movie, and that will be coming out soon. I'm still editing it, and then at the moment of like nearly finishing it, I had to like fly out to LA for like family stuff.
Oh man, right here they introduced one of the motifs, the 10 dual commandments.
That's right, the 10 Dual Commandments.
Mm-hmm. And this is Jonathan Groff from Frozen.
Now, one thing I will say, and I said it with Darby, I was like, I haven't been to many like theater houses, but the entire way that this is built, like with the spinning floor and then the walls and all that stuff, and able to change things, like I thought that was pretty cool for my
Oh
first time
yeah, it
watching it.
is. And you see this part right here, Burr's part is actually a reference to Jesus Christ Superstar, where Judas, the antagonist of the play, introduces the protagonist, and that was like really dope. And there's David Diggs. And this part right here, this is foreshadowing that these people are talking about what Hamilton is going to do, in the future, which is a hint that this is just a recollection of Hamilton. You're not actually seeing this in real time. Okawanda, yeah, my bro.
That's right. I remember these actors.
Okay, yeah, and this part right here.
All right, I'll let you know when this play officially lost me when when I first started watching it.
Oh, you see this part right here where he says, "What's your name, man?" That line is a reference to Ja Rule's "I'm Real" and also Eminem's "I'm the Real Slim Shady."
So are they like hoping to get like cookie points by referencing these hip hop songs?
No, this was just baked into the material. It's not like it works even if you don't get it. I'm just like pointing them out. And you
Mm.
see right here, Hamilton is stuck in the present, and everyone else is saying, "Okay, yeah, Hamilton, this is what you're gonna do." He can't actually see these people from a musical standpoint. They're just explaining who Hamilton is and the events that made Hamilton what he is.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I get that.
Oh yeah. Hmm. And also, this is also a nod to the opening of Sweetie Todd, where all the main cast introduced the main character.
Love Sweeney Todd. I love that play. I remember I first watched that in high school. I think I was like a junior or senior in high school, and I remember the movie itself was about to come out, and I was like, "Oh, I really want to watch this," but there's no way I can watch it because it's not out yet. But I went on YouTube and someone posted the full Broadway play on there, and I just fell in love with that production.
Oh yeah, that's Steve. That is Andrew Lloyd Webber. There's a huge spoiler in here already.
It can't be a spoiler if it's a part of the play.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Like technically, because it's history, so it can't be spoiled. And also, this part right here, this is where the dual casting plays a role. You know, so I'm going to explain that. Now, see, Lafayette and Lawrence, these characters play actors that, depending on how you read it, change. Lafayette, Jefferson, Mulligan, they fought with Hamilton on his side, and they also were against him. John Lawrence and Philip Hamilton died for him, and the Schuyler sisters and Maria Reynolds, they were fond of Hamilton. They did like him.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And this is also one of my favorite songs. Next up is Aaron Burr, sir.
All right. When I originally first watched this movie, it still hasn't lost me yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Now, you see, this whole song, the whole point of it is to set up the dichotomy between Hamilton and Burr. Mm.
I wonder why they just, or I guess he decided, but why did Lynn feel like he was the best person for this role?
He wasn't actually going to play Hamilton initially. Originally, that was Javier Munoz, but he conducted complications from HIV, and so he couldn't play it. And so Lynn went on in his steed. And Leslie Odom Jr. came on later. I'm going to explain that in a later part. So basically, Lynn swapped out to play the role briefly. And once Javier recovered, he resumed the role of Hamilton. So it was a kind of a last minute thing.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. We still got Lynn here. I feel like someone else could play this. Someone else should have played this role.
Well, it's very much kind of written with Lynn in mind, though.
Well, I can definitely see that since he did write it. But
yeah, and this whole point right here, it's demonstrating the differences. Burr is this very indecisive and cautious guy, and Hamilton is the exact opposite. He's decisive, dogmatic, and an opportunist.
Here it comes. This is where it loses me.
Okay, so first of all, this whole thing where Burr says the fools who run their mouth off wind up dead. Burr outlives all of these dudes. And Lawrence, the guy who starts this off, ends up dying before everyone else does at the end of Act 1. And what they're rapping about right here, they're essentially like Philip, and Philip is rapping about he's rapping about legacy. Lafayette is rapping about wanting the glory to kind of free French from the monarchy, and Lawrence and Mulligan, the big black guy, is rapping about the women in a similar way to to Big Punisher actually. And these characters are supposed to be representing aspects of Hamilton. Hamilton, he wants glory, he wants legacy, and women are basically his weakness. And here they're trying to get Burr to kind of confess with them, but Burr's like, nah, I'm not going to take a stand on here. You guys can run on your mouths off. I'm going to sit back and see how this goes. And yeah. And this whole thing, Hamilton's song, My Shot, is basically Hamilton's I Want song, where he basically talks about wanting to override himself and kind of carve out a legacy for himself.
Right. Yeah, Lynn should have definitely got someone else to play Hamilton.
Actually, I think he did a pretty good job, honestly. Because the thing about Hamilton, well, I guess we'll talk about it in the interlude, but there's a reason why I think he really does work in the role compared to a lot of other people. And I've seen other people in the role of Hamilton, and they basically try to imitate Lynn. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
Of course.
Yeah, they kind of emulate that performance. Mm-hmm. So this opening of My Shot is actually a nod to Jay-Z's My First Song. And the whole gotta holler, just to be heard is a reference, which I'm sure you know, Holla If You Hear Me by Tupac.
Right.
It's
right. I've never really been that big on Jay-Z, though.
I know my sister is not either. She says he looks like a camel.
Yeah, I've never really been. I know Jay-Z's like in those GOAT talks, but I always found his lyricism kind of like bland in a sense.
Oh yeah, and also
his production was always good though.
Oh, I agree. And Only 19, but My Mind is Older is a nod to Mobb Deep's The Shook Ones Part 2.
Shook Ones Part 2.
Mm-hmm.
Classic.
Also, they spell out Alexander. I am the AL. That is a nod to Biggie's Back to Cali, where he's like, I am the, I'm sure you know, Carlin.
Know who?
where they say I am the AX, you know, they spell out Alexander's name. That is a nod to Biggie's Back to Cali, you know, where he spells out his name Big Papa.
Oh yeah, I completely missed that. I think Biggie Smalls is cool, but I was just talking about this with my brother the other day because I think Rolling Stone put out a they put out some type of hip hop list of like top 50 or top 20 albums, hip rap albums of all time, which whoever the fuck made that list is obviously trash. But I think they put Biggie Smalls Life After Death. No, no, not Life After Death. Whatever the album's called with the baby. They put that as number one. And I was like, Biggie's music, he's got like a few hits that are obviously
Mhm.
amazing, but his albums age like shit. Like
Mm.
all of them.
Oh yeah, and also another point here is that this is when Hamilton himself is still like he's not as much of a pompous, you know, asshole as he eventually becomes. He still is like coherent about how he can be extra here. But because Hamilton is surrounded by like-minded people like Lawrence, Mulligan, and Lafayette that gas him up, that's why he becomes so dogmatic and static, you know, so pompous later on.
That's so interesting. I wonder why. I mean, he said it in some interview, right? Of why he decided to tell the story of Hamilton of all things.
Yeah, he read a book. He read a book about it. Ron Chernow's biography from like the early 2000s on a trip to Puerto Rico.
That's right.
And actually, this part here is where Hamilton really does reflect on his morals. The hurricane that destroyed his island and left him with nothing is why he acts this way. That's what an "I Want" song does, though. It tells you why the character is the way they are and what they want. And also, Hamilton's rapping like Big Pun as well. It's also like how his rapping style is based off of.
You know, it's so funny. I feel like he's rapping a little too fast for me to even understand what's happening. And then you like trying to elaborate over it while he's rapping. I'm still like, I probably still wouldn't have got it either way with you now explaining it to me.
Oh, that's fine. Don't worry. That's what the discussion is going to be for. And also, Burr's, you know, earlier, Burr tries to check these guys. He's constantly trying to keep Hamilton in check. Like, you know, dude, look, keep your thoughts close to your chest. Don't keep on asserting it. And it was a reference to an old song called South Pacific, which actually talked about racism. And Burr is trying to heat them to calm down, but obviously Hamilton doesn't listen to Burr, and that slowly but surely turns them against each other.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of clapping during live performances. Maybe
Uh,
that's just me. I never clap.
oh, this is well. This was live recorded, so they can't control the audience's
Well,
reaction.
I know that, but like for me personally, maybe it's because I've never been into concerts, like going to like live performances and concerts, and I feel like I don't know. I've seen some of my favorite artists live, but I felt like I would have had a better time just listening to their album by myself.
Hmm. And this is story. Actually, this song right here, "Story of Tonight," is what convinced Leslie Odom Jr. to join the main cast.
Who's that?
Leslie Odom Jr., the guy that plays Burr.
And who's that?
Burr is the
Which
narrator,
one is that?
the one that Hamilton was talking to. Like he's the guy that introduced the play, the
Oh,
one that the
oh,
first
okay.
guy you see. That is Burr. He is Hamilton's frenemy. And also, this song, "Story of Tonight," becomes a motif throughout the musical.
I think that's what Darby told me.
But it also shows just how misguided these guys are. Real niggas don't die, they multiply.
Is that the guy from In the
Yeah, that.
Heights?
Yeah, him. Lawrence. That is him. Yeah.
Right. What a weird movie that was.
That is a pure musical film. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm not a
Oh,
fan of some.
definitely.
That I'm not a fan of some of the choices they made, but it is what it. That is a golden age Hollywood movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, this that gets darker as well. See, that is Burr.
Oh, yeah. 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 Yeah.
And okay, here's the funny thing: this song was co-created with by Beyonce and Jay-Z. They helped write the song and produce
Hmm.
it. The Schuyler sisters. And also, they're introduced in their the way they died.
I always felt that it doesn't really matter who writes it. It's just as long as how it's performed.
Oh yeah, oh most definitely.
Because I don't know, for me, like it doesn't really add much credibility to me for
Oh yeah.
Beyonce writing it
Oh
or
oh yeah.
Jay
These are
Z or whoever.
this is really just trivia, that I'm just throwing out. And also, yeah, this also becomes a leitmotif for Angelica, the black sister, and Eliza, the Philippa Sue in the green dress, the Chinese sister.
Is the black which black one? Because there's two, right?
Um, the dark skinned one, Angelica, Renee Elise Goldsberry, the one in the red dress.
Okay, gotcha.
Her, yeah. She's actually a pretty tragic character.
I've been told this.
And then there's Burr trying to flirt with her. And his whole scheme is like taken directly from a song called Love and Spoonful.
Perfume smells like your dad has money.
Perfume was a sign of wealth back in those days.
And Jay-Z wrote that?
Yes, he did.
Oh man, I still haven't listened to Reasonable Doubt. I have not listened to that album in full.
And also, Common Sense was for those who don't know, was a pro rebellion book that was really, really popular during this time that inspired the American Revolution.
All right. I guess that's another thing I can definitely talk about at the end. Appreciation for this movie or play, technically a movie, uh, is that it creates a conversation about American
Oh,
history.
oh yeah, most definitely.
And I would like to believe most of the conversation that starts is who the hell is Hamilton, and then it goes into the rest of the stuff.
I mean, the funny thing is that like before 2014, no one knew who Hamilton was. No one knew who Elmer Burr was. He was only popular because of a Michael Bay Got Milk commercial.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, well that's American history for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say everyone on this play is very talented.
Oh yeah, this guy's from High School Musical, unironically. Thane
Uh,
Jefferson.
he,
He wasn't a main character.
yeah, okay, I was gonna say. I was like trying to put a face to it.
Yeah, and this song kind of shows the growing discontent between the loyalists and the colony. And Hamilton is about to basically rap over this guy's like little speech and outdo him. And fun fact, this was written by Joel Ortiz. He helped with this song. And what Hamilton's about to do here is what we call a patter in musical theater. And we're going to talk about that in our interlude, what that is. Mm. Also, this just really shows what Hamilton, the character's main strength is. He has a way with words, which allows him to kind of outtalk most people at this point in the play because he's a motor mouth. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. His mercy. And again, this is showing the dichotomy between Hamilton and Burr. He's trying to stop. I'm like, dude, stop. And he's like, nah, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not getting any of that.
Well, we are.
I was just seeing just two people just talking.
Well, that's because we're kind of mainly talking, and this is You'll Be Back. We're kind of talking over this stuff, but that's cool with me because I know this stuff like the back of my hand already. And that's Jonathan Groff. And this song is actually like inspired by I'll Get By with a Little Help from My Friends by the Beatles.
Oh my god. I'm gonna talk about the Beatles. Most
I've
overrated band ever.
some hot takes there. But yeah, I know some people who share your sentiments. My friend Corey from Double Toasted. And also this whole song is just written like a breakup song. And
Yeah.
Jonathan Groff is gonna start spitting.
Yeah, Beatles are overrated. I don't think I can name a single Beatles song.
Oh man, I'm actually a pretty distant, like a little up with my friend, Octopus's Garden. I kind of was raised on I listened to the Beatles a lot when I was little, thanks to the
Mm.
Muppets.
Mm.
Also, like even still, you kind of see this whole like the King's melody is one of the few melodies that never changes, which shows just how rigid he is compared to the Rebels, Hamilton and Company.
Right.
That crown, though, I've felt that crown. It's heavy as hell. It's hard to walk around in that, actually.
I bet. So does theater still, obviously theater exists, right? And
Oh
Broadway
yeah,
is
yo.
still a thing and all this stuff,
Oh
but
yeah, yeah.
I always felt that, and obviously you can correct me because I'm not in it, the culture of it, but I always felt that theater is very non-existent.
Oh no, it very much is. In fact, a lot of popular media is inspired directly by Broadway and theater. Like stuff that we have, we see in movies and in pop culture, comes directly from Broadway.
Well, I get that. Well, I understand
Yeah.
that. There's still stuff referenced. There's still movies being made of like
Oh,
all that stuff. But I'm saying like actually seeing plays, like people leaving their house to go see a play.
oh yeah, they released the Broadway financial returns. Like they're at an all-time high since post-COVID. Like people go out of their way to go see these plays.
But I'm saying, but that's Broadway. I'm saying like just anywhere else.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like not just on Broadway, New York, but just like Broadway productions that happen to be in town in general. Like yeah.
Okay.
Da 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 da. There's Ariana DeBose back there. I'm going to talk about her later. Beyonce literally was so jealous of the King's Walk that she literally said that she kind of stole it from Jonathan Groff because she was so infatuated with his walk. Mm.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's some out there trivia. Now, up next is Right Hand Man. This is where we get introduced to Washington audience.
That's right.
And
Washington.
this song was it's Right Hand Man, right?
I always
Yeah.
felt that, I don't know, like just the whole. This is another thing
Oh,
that kind of took me out of the thing as
oh,
well, like just
that character
American
that
history.
that character that just died, Ariana DeBose, who just got shot. She's going to come back as the Bullet. And that bullet is a signature sign of death. Whenever she pops up, that is a sign that death is imminent.
Right. I think Darby told me that too.
Yeah, she recently won an Oscar, Ariana DeBose, and for her performance as Anita in West Side Story.
That's cool. I don't really think the Oscars are worth anything, really, though.
Nah, but hey, man, for a star, that is it. That basically means you're just going to be in everything now.
Well, if we could, you can actually say once you win an Oscar, that's when your career kind of ends. There's definitely that discussion of it.
Yeah. Also, yeah. Most for those who don't know, Most Def wrote this song. Of yes, that Most Def. He actually performs this as well on the Hamilton mixtape.
I bet that sounds awesome. I love most stuff.
Yeah, and the this little thing is his this little lyrical like the music here is a nod to Eminem's "Lose Yourself." That's a reference to Gilbert and Sullivan. I know you don't know what that is, but it's an old like theater guys. And this also sets up Washington's motif, guys, of being the older, kind of wiser figure of the play.
No, I always have a fear of like being teleported into a play right while it's happening, and I'm in costume, and I'm just trying
Yeah.
to just keep up what everyone's doing and not knowing what I'm doing. For some reason, that
Oh,
terrifies me.
oh yeah, that's understandable. And also, like this shows. Well, I'm just gonna this is gonna happen anyways. But anyways, this shows that Hamilton's reputation is starting to grow, and Burr's reputation is staying stagnant because he doesn't take a stand for anything. Burr never goes for anything that might put him in a bad position.
Yeah, I remember at this point I was fully just out of it, just watching it. I
Hey,
wonder
look,
why American history though.
uh, Hamilton was partially. Well, I will get into this later. It's because Hamilton was also partially inspired by 1776, which was a Broadway play. Well, it's not one of the first, but it was one of the Broadway plays which featured a quote unquote modern interpretation of the founding fathers that came out in the 1960s. I don't know if you've ever seen at Boy Meets World,
The
but
show?
yeah, the show.
Yeah, I love it.
His teacher played John Adams in 1776.
Interesting. Yeah, but I still wonder why America? Why American history? That's well, I mean you can make it about whatever, but I feel like I don't know, for me for the way this film just introduced itself like with the hip hop that seemed very again, it's supposed to be over the top. I know that's supposed to be theater,
Yeah.
but it seemed just very I don't know, blackface to me. And then
Oh
the
no.
fact
Oh, we're gonna get into that, but nah,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no. That is not. I have seen my fair share of minstrel shows for research. I'm a big animation fan. There is nothing in here that correlates to minstrel shows, and there's a specific reason why, which we're gonna get into later. But there is a very specific reason why. But the reason why it's based on America is just because, again, that's where the setting of the biography is. Like all this stuff
Yeah.
takes place in the states. And I get what you're trying to say, but we're going to have that conversation real soon. That is true. Hamilton is just trying to kill himself to make a statement. Also, that's Chris Jackson as well, one of Lin Manuel's like friend from high school. And this is where Hamilton becomes Washington's aide. Also, that boom just comes from, I believe, Busta Rhymes scenario, and I know that just because I love that song so much.
I don't think I've heard. Oh, maybe I've heard of it. I don't
From
think
a
I
tri-
can name it.
from a tribe called Quest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like a Tribe Called Quest. I'm not too familiar with their discography though. Just like
Oh, I
the hits.
oh I love them, man.
Yeah, I mean they're great, but
Oh yeah. And
that's another realm I gotta get into.
next up is Winter's Ball, which is a song about basically the meeting between Hamilton and Eliza. Also, you see here the way Burr introduces Hamilton. You're seeing that he's slowly starting to see Hamilton as a rival. but not as an enemy yet.
Oh, I can hear your movie.
Oh, sorry, I have it by my mic.
Yeah, no worries. Forgot to tell you. Yeah, you use like headphones, and that's how you can like mute the sound for it.
Oh yeah, actually, I have a headphone. I'm using an actual mic for this.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, my phone. I'm watching on my phone. Oh hey, oh here comes Helpless, which was unironically co-written by Solange, Beyonce's sister. She actually does like a lot of writing for her sister, which is kind of weird.
It's not weird at all. Everyone writes for Beyonce.
Oh yeah, but like I feel like some of Beyonce's best songs come from Solange or her most well-known ones. Now, the another thing I want to say about this is that this again is an evolving melody that you hear throughout the play. You know, Eliza here, she's helplessly in love with Hamilton, and but eventually it changes from her being helplessly in love to feeling absolutely helpless during the Reynolds pamphlet when he cheats and fucks over her.
Right.
And Philippa Sue was so great. Got to meet her. And she was like really small before this play. Before this play happened, she was in some productions, but never really took off too much.
I would imagine it's very difficult for theater actors to make a name for themselves.
I mean, it depends on what you're a part of, unfortunately, and sometimes some ideas just don't really land. But yeah, we're going to talk about that. And also, another thing about Helpless is that this is another song. This is the first song that plays with perspective. You're seeing this event through Eliza's eyes when she first meets Hamilton at the Winter Ball, and it
Hmm.
leads into their marriage. But the next song is going to completely flip the script and show what it's like through her sister's eyes. And that's like really cool. That doesn't happen on Broadway a lot at all. And by the way, if you're wondering where the other sister is, Peggy dies like before this happens in history. So Peggy, the younger sister, the one in the yellow dress that comes back later as a different character, she's already dead. Or actually, no, there she is. I thought she died off. It's been a minute since I saw this.
Liar. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I'm like, oh man, I was writing my notes. I'm like, I should have put that down. But here she is. And yeah, but yeah, this is weird in real life. The black sister Angelica in real life historically, she was, even despite though she was married, she seems to have kind of messed around with Hamilton, you know, uh, in real life behind her sister. Evidence suggests.
I would feel like that's all they used to do back then.
Oh yeah, the masses are asses.
I mean, hell, back in the Roman days, it was fair game for everybody. Didn't matter what gender you were.
Oh yeah, man. Also, like Lynn's voice here channels Ja Rule of all people when he talks to Eliza near the end. And poor Ja Rule doing noodle
But this
commercials now.
this this channel's draw rule.
No, not this. It's a specific part at the end.
Oh, okay,
Like,
I'm definitely gonna listen out for that.
that part.
That could be anybody.
I'm only going off of what he said in the Hamilton Revolution, and Ja Rule even like, yeah, man, that's a definitely me. I'm like, okay, all right. I was just that's what it
that's,
said in the book.
that's bullshit. He could literally say he was ripping off Big Daddy Kane, and anyone would have agreed to it.
Speaking of Ja Rule's actually on this track. He performs this part in the play. I mean, in the mixtape. And this is Satisfied. Like I said, this tells the same events, but through Angelica's point of view.
Hmm.
Also, Carl, I didn't know you were a Ja Rule fan.
Who wasn't in the early 2000s?
Yeah, he was
That's,
everywhere.
I mean, he's literally, I think, just like that's a good way to say it. There are certain people in hip hop that were just like, they were just there just to be hit makers. From like LL Cool J
Oh,
making,
I love LL Cool J.
yeah, from like, but making hits that are like, and maybe like the newer audience might not know about LL Cool J and Ja Rule, but they're basically what
Pillars of hip hop, man.
I
They're
was
like,
gonna say. They're basically what Drake is now, or
yeah.
there would be no Drake without an LL Cool J, or
Oh
especially
yeah.
without a Ja Rule. So
What's
yeah,
love got to do with it, baby?
yeah, absolutely. You can't even be a fan of hip hop without listening to Ja Rule back in the day. Ja Rule or Ashanti, because they were a duo.
Yeah. And they're both in this play. I mean, a mix. They both were in the mixtape of this because Hamilton was supposed to be a concept album. It wasn't going to be a musical initially.
Mm,
And also, this entire point, like her, like Angelica's rapping scheme is well, not now, but it's based off of Nicki Minaj's. I forgot what specific song. I didn't write it down, but I just wrote that down in my notes.
so what?
Oh, Super Basics. There it is.
So what genre would you say this is?
It is a show tune. The Hamilton is considered a show tune. All Broadway musicals are considered show tunes. And what that means is, I'm going to expand off of that. The reason why show tunes are in their own genre is because they can't really be classified. Because show tunes are literally an amalgamation of several different styles blended together.
So
It's
why not just call it alternative?
because it doesn't exactly it doesn't exactly fit. The best analogy I can give, it's like comparing a hyena to a dog. Hyena and dogs have some vague similarities with each other, but they're ultimately not related. Hyenas are in their own little category. So what we have here
Mm,
is opera. It's opera, folk, like, and I'm going to talk about this later, but Broadway or show tunes are built on musical vernacular, which
right.
means that every time there's a new genre of music, it gets incorporated into the genre and becomes a pillar of Broadway. And people hear them like, oh shit, I like that. I want to make something like that. So people go and they make these men, they make musicals and they're reusing these genres without sometimes even noticing it because they just hear it and they're like, yeah, I want to do that. And that when that becomes popular and it resonates with people, that becomes another pillar. And the show tunes have to adhere to that style. That's the thing about Broadway that some people don't like, is that it does have to adhere to a certain cadence because they have not only have to dance to this, but there are certain things that they also have to adhere to. So if I want to make
Right.
a rap, I want to make a rap musical, it's not going to be like contemporary rap. Like it's not going to be like Young Thug or Kendrick Lamar. It's going to be rap mixed in with opera, mixed in with folk, mixed in with jazz, mixed in with rock, mixed in with all these other stuff that it's like, hey, that sounds kind of vaguely similar to rap, but it doesn't sound exactly like the real thing. And to an outsider looking in, because I've talked to people like this, though it sounds like it's diluted. But it's not that it's diluted, it's that it's being blended together with all these other genres that are a part of the show tune vibe.
I
And that's
get
why
that. I get that. But then at that point, it's not rap anymore. If you do that.
my thing is, it still is, it's just theatrical. The same way that Jesus Christ Superstar is still rock, it's just theatrical. And that's why it's in its own little genre. And like I said,
Uh,
that's why that sound it's hard to explain to people who aren't in it, and I get that, but we're going to talk about it. But speaking for Angelica, she's very tragic because despite being just as ambitious as the men, she has to adhere to the societal expectations. She's bounded by that shit, so she can't really rise up from it. But despite that, she is defined by her sisterhood. She's a pillar for Eliza. She's there for her more than her own husband, actually.
right. Yeah, I got that sense
Yeah.
watching it.
And also, satisfied goes from being unfulfilled, and it represents this, but it also represents the dueling that comes up, the satisfaction of like appealing to your pride. So I'm like, this is also a motif that morphs. But yeah, we'll get into it. And I know what I said about the show tune sounds silly, but that's why I use the hyena to dog analogy. It sounds confusing, but that's literally how it works.
No, I get that analogy, but I think anyone, especially me, who's not very, I guess, maybe educated in the sense of knowing different
The
animal breeds, I'm just going to
yeah,
classify it as not rap.
well, my thing is again, it still is. It's just theatrical, and that sounds weird, but that's what it is.
No, I get
It's
that.
and yeah, it's not contemporary. No, it sounds vaguely similar to the thing, but it's not exactly related. Hamilton is more related to Rent or Cats or Music Man than it is to Kendrick Lamar, Ludacris, or Young Thug.
Now that I can definitely agree with, because if something sounds like a certain thing, especially if it's just popular, then you just name it pop.
Oh, and this is the reprise of Story of Tonight. And also, it's again foreshadowing that Lawrence dies because he says, I may not live to see our glory. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay, there's Burr again. And Hamilton's friends don't like Burr because they feel like he's bougie and acts like he's above it all, which is why he never interacts with them. Mm. Mm.
I'm still waiting for my brother to watch this. I told him to watch at least the first 10 minutes and tell me what he thinks about it.
This is also important because this sets up another contrast between Hamilton and Burr. At this point, Hamilton is married and it's public, while Burr is having a secret relationship with the wife of a British officer. So again, Hamilton is out in the open, and Burr is still staying in the shadows, just kind of waiting for it.
Hey, some people creep.
Yeah, which is funny because they're gonna switch places in not too long after. And this, again, this is Burr's song "Wait for It," which was written, co-written by Usher. He actually sings this on the Hamilton mixtape. Mm.
I'm surprised they didn't get TLC to perform "Creep" or something for this production, or to
Oh
write
man,
something.
man, it would have been sick. But this song basically, for those in the audience, explains why Burr acts the way he does, and it's basically because Burr lost everything. He was a true orphan. His parents died to an illness, and he was raised by his uncle. So that taught Burr, you know what? I've lost everything. I've lost everything. So I'm just going to live life
Fuck everybody.
cautiously.
No.
Yeah, yeah. So his thing is, I'm going to live life cautiously because I know I don't want to lose everything. I have too much to, I can control myself. That's the one thing in life I can control. So I am going to keep myself in check and wait to see where the wind blows, basically.
By
But
sleeping with
Hamilton,
others?
no, like Burr and Hamilton, again, Burr went for that. But the thing is that Burr and Hamilton are really similar, but they come to different conclusions. Hamilton's thing is, I'm going to try to overwrite myself because I don't want to be seen as someone lesser. But Burr's thing is, I rather wait to see where things are before I take a stance on something. And he is like that, like throughout the play. It's almost very similar to how kind of you and Darby's relationship, or was regarding Hamilton. That's basically Burr.
Hmm.
And on top of that, but while he's meditating on this, he acknowledges, Hamilton is always making gains, but he doesn't agree with the way Hamilton is doing it. And even though he's kind of like, man, I wish I could do that, but I don't think it fits me. I'm going to just stay and wait to see how things pan out. But because he does that, he keeps missing out on stuff. and he doesn't go anywhere. And the funny thing is that they slowly begin to rub off on each other, but like in the worst ways.
Hmm.
And also the sinners and the saints thing is brought up here again. How death doesn't it doesn't matter what where you align, death is the great equalizer.
Yeah. So what the great Cole Phelps said on LA Noir: doesn't matter how you go once you're gone.
Yeah, and that's what this is saying essentially. And you also see it because usually the cast, the ensemble is dancing around, but here they're sitting down to represent Bird's ideology of just waiting. Also, next is Stay Alive. Mhm. And this song focuses just on the hardship, for the fans as well. It's just about the hardship of the revolution and the war and all the shit that they're going through. The bullet is gonna pop up again. And I don't have many notes on this song actually, just I think two. Mm.
Chipla. I still haven't seen that movie Mona. I mean, I seen like I think I saw like the beginning of it, and I was bored out my mind. But I
Oh,
guess that's
Moana.
another. Yeah, Milana. See, I keep calling it Mona.
It sounds like that, but yeah, it's Moana, and I really liked it. But it does have a few problems. I do not care for Maui. It does that thing where it tells you, but it doesn't show, and then expects you to run with it. I'm like, nah, like no, that's not. This is a visual based medium. Show me what you're talking about. It kind of does that a lot.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be watched on the podcast because I have no desire to watch that movie.
Oh, and this is Charles Lee, who basically caused, the revolution, the American troops to retreat constantly. And this that's played by John Rua. And basically the whole point of Lee is that he causes Hamilton and Lawrence to challenge him to a duel, which leads to the 10 duel commandments. And I have a lot more notes on that song. But yeah, that's John Rua. He's a really nice guy. I met him.
Hmm.
Funny enough, John Anthony Ramos, the guy Lawrence, was actually like 19 or 18 when he was in this. The
Who?
youngest John Anthony Ramos, the guy who played Usnavi from In the Heights.
So this
And
guy?
yeah, John Lawrence, he the one with the
Okay.
ponytail,
Yeah.
talking to Lemon Low. Yeah, he was a teenager when he was in this. Okay, here's the 10 dual commandments, which, like I said, obviously is inspired by the 10 crack commandments by Biggie.
Never
And
would have guessed that.
it's literally in the, have you heard that song?
No, I have, but it was just
Uh,
like I wouldn't I wouldn't have watched this and be like the 10 dual commandments. By the way, inspired by the 10 crack commandments.
Yeah, it's literally in the 1-2 by where, Chuck D from Put 'em Down reference. But anyways, it's a reference to that. But also, the thing is that this song becomes a motif throughout the play. And like the King's thing, it never changes, unlike the others. And there's a reason for that. The whole point is that this song never changes because it's a rigid structure that represents death. It's very upbeat from a musical standpoint to make it sound like, oh, this is exciting, but no, it's murder. And none of the characters realize that because they're too obsessed with their egos and dick measuring that they don't realize what they're actually doing until it's already said and done. Like even
Mm.
here, Burr's like, Hamilton, dueling is stupid. And Hamilton's like, nah, but your boy has to answer for what he said. And unironically, this foreshadows what happens between them at the end of the play.
The more I listen to this sounds like a really bad Logic album.
Um, I don't know about that. Personally, I would disagree. Um I think, like I said, Carlin, I think the issue with like a lot of what your former play, which we're going to get into, your former critique, is that as a guy from the outside looking in who doesn't really know much about theater
Right.
and has barely been exposed to theater, like I said, you've only been exposed to a whooping out, not counting this one, a whooping two musicals out of the
Right.
hundreds that exist.
Mm-hmm.
Your opinion, what you're throwing out is kind of bare assertions, which I understand that. This is a fast-paced play. This is usually how most musicals are. But
Yep.
like a lot of the critiques are not really based in anything. They're not really based on what the play or the narrative or the themes are saying. It's basically just kind of spitballing based on how you feel. And I think that's one of the issues with the last review, excuse me. And but we're gonna get into that though. And this song is "Meet Me Inside," and this basically just shows off, how Hamilton's arrogance has finally gotten him into trouble with Washington. And we see just how, and we really start to see the how Hamilton ultimately has daddy issues, and that's why he kind of acts the way he does. Also, "Meet Me Inside," DMX also assisted with that as well.
I bet. Did Bobby Brown help on this album too?
No.
That's a joke.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying.
Every time you tell me who assisted on it, I'm just gonna say another random artist assisted on it as well.
Well, this is mainly for the fans as well, for
No,
people
I
who may
get that.
not know.
Oh,
But
absolutely, I get that.
y-
But that's what it sounds like.
it does, Carlin. But like I said again, and this is also we're talking through this, but that would be enough. This is basically where we find out Eliza is pregnant, and she tries to convince Hamilton that essentially their family is his legacy. He doesn't need to prove himself anymore. But Hamilton doesn't really heed her advice. He kind of pushes her away and tries to argue that he still has a lot more he needs to prove.
Hmm.
And this whole thing gets referenced later in It's Quiet Uptown. But yeah, I can already tell that after the interlude starts, we're going to have a really interesting conversation.
This is an intro still.
No, no, no. Once the interlude happens, that's after Act
Oh,
One.
that's right.
Mhm. Mm. Mm. Actually, we're about to get to the interlude. We just have three more, well, actually, a few more songs.
Hmm. No, that's right. You did tell me this is about her telling him he's pregnant. I completely zoned out through all of that.
That's because we were talking over most
Well,
of it.
well, sure that part, but even towards the last part, it was just them just singing,
Well,
or just
that's
her
what
just
me.
singing.
Yeah, that's what it was inferring. Like, and this is Guns and Ships, and again, mainly Lafayette, the French guy. This shows how his English has really improved. Because he went from having an over-the-top French accent to being able to speak and rap. Well, it's a patter song in perfect English. And also, this is actually one of the fastest songs on Broadway with how fast the pace is.
Cool. You know what? That's so fun. I just watched. I guess it was a little video essay on YouTube. They're talking about like, I guess white rappers, or I guess it's called like the Eminem effect, on how he kind of left this shadow of just white rappers coming after him, and all they do is just rap fast, and how just like the hip hop community are just so tired of that kind of music.
Hmm, that's interesting. I actually follow guys who are really big fans of Eminem and their I forgot their script work, but
Hmm.
basically,
Well, I
Lawrence
love
is
Eminem.
convinced. Oh yeah, I do too. But Lawrence is basically convincing Washington here, everyone, to look. We need Hamilton. He's a really good guy, and I work well with him. So Washington, go get him back. Is what Lafayette told Washington, and he yields and goes and tells him to come back to the war, which is ultimately proves to be a mistake later on. And this is history has its eyes on you, and this is kind of where he burst Hamilton's bubble because at this point Hamilton is still idealistic and believes that he doesn't care if he dies so long as he carves out a niche for himself. And Washington basically dispels all of that and kind of tells him the cold reality that look, it doesn't matter what you try to do, how you try to fix yourself up, you don't have any control over how people perceive you.
Right.
Like that's just something you have to live with. But he doesn't really listen to it here. And also the story of the night where they were singing around and drunk, where they're talking about, yeah, we're gonna do this. It's like, no, you don't control how history views you. Like you just don't automatically get to make yourself the good guy and expect that people are going to view you as such years from now. That's out of your hands.
Right.
Hmm. That comes to bottom back in the ass, like a few numbers down the line. And this is the Battle of Yorktown, and this is basically the number where Hamilton and his friends essentially prove themselves in the war and essentially win the war on independence. And this part right here, this whole part and the idea of Hamilton as an immigrant along with Lafayette was made as a rebuttal to a lot of anti-immigrant sentiments that were going on at the time. This is like in 2015, where they were basically trying to shit on immigrants. I'm sure you've heard the stereotypes, Carlin,
Oh
about
yeah,
how
yeah, yeah.
immigrants steal jobs and all that stuff and make the country worse.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah, this crowd is like really involved into it, that they caught on to that.
Yeah, you've never been to. Well, obviously, you. That's how it is in theater. If you have a lot of energy, the crowd. It's like wrestling. The crowd will abide with you. They will cheer. They will get into it. But if you don't have low energy and you're not good at like again being bombastic and animated, you're gonna get a dead crowd.
Yeah, it's another reason why I try to stay away from live concerts. My energy is just like I'm just so focused, or maybe it depends on what it is. But I'm not like jumping and hollering and cheering. I'm just like so focused. A best way to explain it, like if I go to like an NBA game or whatever,
Hmm.
like a sporting event,
Yeah,
never do I cheer. I'm just like so focused on watching my favorite player perform.
yeah. I mean, some people are like that. I used to be like that when I was younger, but I kind of like outgrew it after I
Hmm.
started performing. And also, like here, Hamilton talks about his fear of death coming up, where he says he imagines death so much again, like he said in My Shot. And I think it really shows at this point how Hamilton is still motivated by what happened to him when he was a kid and how that hurricane really fucked up his life. I better hush it with the language. Don't want to get demonetized on YouTube when this comes out on it.
Oh no, you're fine.
Oh, all right then. And also, Lawrence here, because he was fighting with the first Black Britannian, him and Hamilton were fighting to basically use this as a way to get to free, these slaves that were a part of the war. And after the war is over, they wonder, like, does this mean freedom? And Washington, kind of breaking the fourth wall here, says not yet, because no, it doesn't end it. And it continues like years, eons after this. So, but that also, again, foreshadows that Lawrence is going to die and his dream doesn't come true.
Right, right.
Hmm.
So yeah. So I guess that's why I'm trying to still think about why is this story. I guess the story is just being told just for the sake of it, and not necessarily just historical context.
Well, I mean, we'll get into this. I'm like, I'm focused on the play, but we'll get into that. But this is nothing new when it comes to Broadway. Like modern reinterpretations of historical figures have been a thing in Broadway and theater since the
Oh yeah.
Shakespearean. But like again, you have 70, 76, and before this, if you can believe it, you had a bloody Andrew Jackson musical which basically reimagined Andrew Jackson and his posse as like these very emo My Chemical Romance types.
Mhm.
Yeah, Buster Rhymes, Max There we go. And after this is What Comes Next. Mhm. This is a reprise, everyone, of You'll Be Back, where King George taunts the USA, saying you may have won, but ruling is a lot harder than you might think it is. And yeah, for more reasons than one, he gets vindicated because of that.
Vindicated. Best
Nothing
Spider-Man 2 soundtrack ever.
and nothing more sweeter. Hmm.
I
Yeah.
feel this way every time I play Civ 6. Whenever I lose a freaking country and loyalty, I was like, all right, don't be coming back, and then I'll just capture you again later.
Yeah, screw you guys, I have power.
Yeah.
And after this is Dear Theodosia, which it's a sweet song, but I do feel like it has gained a bit of an awkward reputation over the years.
What
So I
song?
think
This song?
yeah, yeah, Dear Theodosia. It basically shows Hamilton and Burr's lives as fathers, basically, and how they approach the idea of fatherhood. And in
Hmm.
Hamilton case, how he unfortunately ends up fucking over Philip later on.
Wow. Is that a reference to Wilt Chamberlain? That's a
No.
joke.
Oh, no.
He
Oh,
has
sorry,
like
Carl.
50 unclaimed children.
Oh, well, what I mean by that is that Hamilton's personality begins to rub off on Philip, and that ultimately ends up getting him killed later. And but yeah, this is the first insight we get to Burr as well on a personal level.
I should have said Nick Cannon instead of Wilt Chamberlain. That's definitely more relevant.
Nick Cannon is a mess. Also, just this is one of the moments that shows Hamilton never actually sings in the play. He's always rapping and using patter songs. And he only sings when he's in a very vulnerable state.
Mm.
And this is one of the more personal moments for Hamilton where he is talking to Philip and how he says, I never had a dad. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to try to be there for you. But unfortunately, as we see, he's not there for Philip. Also, this sets up blows us all away. They keep saying that that is going to eventually become a motif in a song later. I remember actually performing this song with a friend during a theater night once.
Hmm.
And also, this is Tomorrow There'll Be More of Us. This is where we find out Lawrence dies.
Right. The
The kid
no,
from
I
In the
don't know.
Heights. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say the sister. No, that's not who
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
is.
I should say John Lawrence, but yeah, this is where John Lawrence dies. And this is where the story of tonight takes a darker meaning because before it was this very idealistic, yeah, we're going to do this. But Lawrence dies here. So his dream dies with him. And that means he's just a memory. He wasn't able to accomplish what he wanted to do. And his death is what pushes Hamilton pushes Hamilton to the extreme to start prioritizing his ambitions over everything else because of that whole death motif. Hmm.
Yay.
Also, this is a nice reference to Les Mis too, because a character in that also passes away in the exact same way. This is nonstop, and this is the Act One finale, where we see Hamilton rise from being a lawyer to Washington's Secretary of State. And this is also where we start to see the darker side of Hamilton's political affairs, where he starts attacking anybody who disagrees with them and starts discrediting them. Yeah, and really, this is where Hamilton starts, like, putting himself before others. He already did that, but now he's gonna go all in on that times 100, and it really gets egregious. And even here, where Hamilton and Burr are lawyers, you really start to see just how different they are. How Burr is trying to kind of collectively assert himself, and Hamilton keeps interrupting everybody to argue the opposite.
Mm.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, they're about to start talking about the Constitution, or the Declaration of Independence, excuse me.
Mm.
And Burr says he doesn't want anything to do with it.
Makes sense.
And, he's like, Burr, I don't understand you. And Burr's like, nah, I'm not going to bet on something. You don't know how this is going to turn out. This could be disastrous, is what Burr is saying. Wait for it, wait for it, wait. Hmm. And honestly, Burr's ideology is what keeps screwing him over and stagnates his growth. And this is Angelica. She's about to go off and get married to this is funny, like his name is James Charles. Historically, that's the guy's name. Hmm? James Charles Church, I think.
Mm.
Hmm. And this part is where all of the motifs that we've heard up until now come together to create this big symphony, which kind of represent the dueling thoughts in Hamilton's heads. He gets pulled in all these different directions, but ultimately decides to just do his own thing, much to everyone's detriment.
Hamilton. Yeah, I've always heard about Hamilton in school.
I only heard about Hamilton once, and it was briefly mentioning that he was the Secretary of State and that Aaron Burr killed him in a duel. That's it.
Right. I think I only thing I remember is he had something to do with the Declaration of Independence. That's
He
about
was
it.
he was basically unknown, really, well, to the masses until this happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's really when people started digging into who Hamilton is.
Let's research him after we just heard him sing.
Yeah, and it's crazy, but media does that, man. I mean, unfortunately, so many superhero comic book characters get found out the exact same way, not through their comics, but through the movies.
Yeah, I mean, you're telling me, freaking look at Deadpool, Moon Knight.
Yeah,
I've been reading Deadpool and Moon Knight forever since those I guess since before they became popular. But everyone, I feel like everything needs some form of media to kind of push it forward.
Yeah, and that's very much how this is.
Because I discovered Moon Knight and Deadpool through the Marvel Ultimate Alliance video games, not the comics.
Yeah, I had those games as well. That got me interested in, and stuff. Oh, right. History has its eyes on you. The worst mistake he ever made. Oh, right. And that, I believe, is where the interlude happens.
Oh, thank God.
We're about to be reintroduced to David Diggs as Thomas Jefferson.
Okay, cool. Nice little intermission. We had our own little intermission.
Yeah, it's actually
Bathroom
the
break.
it's actually the perfect spot to have an intermission because it's funny, reading this man and looking at all the stuff, it runs right through, and yeah,
How long do intermissions normally last for productions like this? At least 30
it
minutes, right?
it depends though. It depends on the show and what needs to be done. But at the most I've seen it go for is like an hour and 40 something minutes.
Wow. It's almost like a Bollywood movies. Yeah, they definitely have intermissions.
Mm-hmm. And actually, this Hamilton and Jefferson going after each other is the reason there are two political parties in the United States. They separated from each other. Mm. And yeah, this is the beginning of the end for Hamilton, the character. This is where everything goes to shit for him. So one thing about Jefferson is that he's over here singing in jazz, and everyone else is utilizing rap or some, typically or some main modern sort of music, and it's used to illustrate how outdated Jefferson is and how he's kind of out of place in this new era. And yeah, there's Mariano DeBose. And the irony here with Jefferson is that his thing is that he kind of, and getting a little political here, Jefferson is supposed to be a caricature of what they call a bougie limousine liberal,
Mm-hmm.
where he's acting, the types. They act like they're so progressive and how they're so for the cause, but they actively support these oppressive systems that benefit them,
Right.
essentially. Because you see, he's bragging about being free minded and being this and that while having the actors who are portraying slaves here essentially pushing him around.
Right. Yeah, that was everybody back then.
Hmm. And it's like, and we still see this today. I'm not going to go into that, but we still see this today. And that is, yeah, James Madison. Fun fact is that there was a lot of cut content from this play. Hamilton and Madison were initially going to be friends, but become bitter rivals over time.
Hmm. This is a weird song.
Well, yeah, it's a jazz song, and it's supposed to be completely out of place. But like, so much of musical theater is jazz. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. This is definitely like This song is definitely the black sheep out of everything else I've just heard.
Yeah, and that's like intentional. And this is the first captain battle where Hamilton essentially gets his ass metaphorically kicked. Oops. Well, thank God I thought I pushed something. So this entire song, sets up the rivalry between Hamilton and Jefferson. I don't know if they made it clear, but Jefferson is kind of the main antagonist of Act Two, and here he's basically trying to argue in favor of the elites and how Hamilton's system is going to completely rob the South of any goodwill and all of their hard-earned money.
That's right. This is the duo, right?
Yeah, this is what they call a limerick. Yeah, but it's being presented as a rap battle. But it's a historically, this would have been considered a limerick. And again, Hamilton's main thing is that he's been able to outtalk everybody, but Jefferson is better. Is just kind of better at words than he is, and so he's backed into a corner. And he also calls out, Jefferson saying you do all this stuff, but really all you're doing is just basically working off of the backs of slaves. And Jefferson just completely blows him off. And unironically, this is where he starts to lose his composure and basically loses the argument. Grandmaster Flash. Hmm.
Virginians. Oh crap!
This is
Totally
also
Oh
this
no,
is
sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying this is unironically where Hamilton also just becomes a political sellout. Well, not yet, but he starts to betray his own morals and takes Burr's advice. Hmm. Now, this again is the Ten Dual Commandments might leitmotif coming back, but it's in France. They're counting up to 10, but they never actually reach it because Eliza and Philip here keep arguing on how they want to end the tempo of the nine. Philip keeps going to the eight, the high tempo, but Eliza keeps going downward. And there's a reason for this. It's because it foreshadows the fact that Philip, who's going to die like eventually, never actually makes it to 10. He gets shot prematurely, thus ending his life.
That's right. That's right.
And unironically, Hamilton does something in theater that you're never supposed to do. He says Macbeth. And for those who don't know, saying Macbeth like when you're doing or before about you're about to do a production is considered bad luck because saying Macbeth is it's kind of a boogeyman story, but it's said to kind of it'll ruin your production.
By saying the word Macbeth.
Yes, because of the negative connotations associated with Macbeth in
Uh,
theater. It's a superstition, but unironically, here it's proven true because his life goes to shit after this. And the whole point of this is that Eliza's trying to show Hamilton what he's missing. His son is slowly growing up, and Hamilton isn't even there for him to kind of see it. And unironically, I remember I saw this. My friend actually saw this. Saw I think not this production, but the production in Houston live.
so is this about like her wanting him?
No, this is about her. This is about Eliza convincing Hamilton to take a break and come with her over to the summer so that he can relax. Because Hamilton's
No.
stressing himself out because he can't get his bill passed because Jefferson and Madison don't agree with it.
Okay.
But
Completely
Hamilton
read that
basically,
wrong.
man, it's cool. Musical theater. I've had many debates about musical theater because it's all up into interpretation. No one sees something the same way. I guess it's the same way with film, I guess, as well.
Oh, absolutely. My favorite movie, How to Grinch Stole Christmas. I've been telling people that movie is about a little girl named Cindy Lou Who who's been dead for over 20 years.
Oh, that's a
His,
pretty interesting.
yeah.
Ouch. But yeah, that's what this is about. They're trying to convince Hamilton to take a break, and he doesn't. And the LL Cool J number basically comes after this, where he ends up sleeping with Maria Reynolds. Mm. Yeah, and this is Say No to This, where he ends up sleeping with Maria Reynolds, creating the first ever sex scandal in American history.
First ever sex scandal.
Well, I guess the most popularized one, I guess I should say. It's
Yeah.
the one that. And this is also the only song where Burr does not narrate because he's the narrator of the play. That he lets Hamilton tells it, and there's a reason for that. Because the only reason we know what happened is because of Hamilton's written documentation of the event. Oh, I probably shouldn't talk about this, but there was some drama recently about this. Not this, but the actress.
The one in the red.
Yes. So her and Anthony Ramos, Lawrence or Philip Hamilton, they actually were engaged. I don't know if you know that. They were a couple for years. They were going to get married this year, but he ended up cheating on her right before the wedding.
Hmm. What's that got to do with the play? No, I'm just joking.
Well, it's about Hamilton cheating, kind of cheating on his wife.
Right, of
And
course.
yeah, I'm like, man, why'd you do that, man? It went all over TikTok. That's the worst place you ever want to get caught on. This whole affair, just historically, is just so weird how all this all happened. Hmm. Go.
Fucking Christ.
Oh, what happened?
Just check the score for the Tampa Bay game. They're like down 5. It's like 0-5.
Oh, geez, that's crazy.
Damn. Oh well.
Next to normal. My favorite song comes on after this, which is "The Room Where It Happens."
Can you turn your phone down a little bit?
Oh, sorry, I have it too close to the mic.
That's fine. Yeah, next time, normally how I do it is like, you watch it on the computer.
Oh yeah, I was watching it on my phone because this I have this huge mic, so I was like, all right. But yeah, this is my chat. Chat. This is my favorite, one of my favorite songs from the play. This is Aaron Burr's "I Want" song, and this is also the point in the play where Hamilton and Burr completely flip. Hamilton becomes the one who plays the long game and waits for stuff, and Burr is the one who goes after stuff. But even then, they're not doing it right. And this is basically talking about Burr's jealousy of not being able to be a part of these historical discussions that happen, and how he wishes he could be in this position and how he deserves to be in this position. This is an "I Want" song at its finest. We just assume that it happens, but no one else was in the room where it happens. Also, this song, is really hard to perform, on Broadway, I've been told, mainly because you have to find that nice medium between keeping Burr like still kind of calm and cautious, but also expressing his desire and burning passion to finally be make a name for himself and be recognized as important.
Hmm.
Where it happens. No one else will- We just assume that it happens. And again, this is also the song that plays with perspective the most because no one really knows historically what happened during this time. We can only base it off of what the characters are saying. But even then,
Right.
people have biased perceptions, so you don't even know like how someone meant to say something. And I think that's really cool. You don't usually see this a lot in theater either.
Well, that's why I always say, believe nothing you hear and only half of what you see.
Yeah, that's good advice. And also, this is where Hamilton again is a complete asshole to Burr later on. And essentially Hamilton is essentially pushing Burr to become his ultimate opponent down the line because right after this, Burr ends up fucking over Hamilton. And this is when he realizes what he wants. And just the energy that Leslie Odom Jr. performs this. Like, he's a really good contrast to Lin Manuel just because of how different they are, not only on stage, but in real life in general. Because the funny thing is that in real life, they're actually the exact opposite of their characters. Leslie is the one who is very ambitious and goes for everything, while Lin is kind of more of a wait for it kind of guy.
Hmm.
We don't get a say in what they trade away. This is actually the first they showed this in the very first trailer of Hamilton back in like 2016 as well. Like this performance and Tom Hanks was actually narrating over it, I remember. If you notice, that pose is the exact opposite of Hamilton's pose on the actual poster of the film.
That's right. I would not have noticed.
Yeah, it's stuff that goes by. And you see the whole point. This is Skylar defeated. Burr ends up beating out Hamilton's father-in-law and Angelica and Eliza and Angelica's father to become a part of the Senate. And Hamilton takes this as a personal slight, as if Burr is trying to insult him. And I'm like, again, he's making everything about him, thinking that Burr is trying to embarrass him by kicking out his father-in-law. And Burr's like, this has nothing to do with you, man. I'm just taking your own advice. Why are you getting mad at me? Which is basically what this entire little exchange is about.
Mm.
And this is the cabinet battle number two, where Essentially, thanks to Washington, Hamilton finally passes his financial bills. And if you don't know what that is, it's essentially the American I guess a bank system, or I guess capitalism, I guess.
Hmm.
Hamilton gets that passed because of Washington, and that ends up pissing off Jefferson and the other, and the other people part of the cabinet. Hmm. Hmm. It is pretty messed up. Like, again, France helped the US with their war of independence, but the US won't return the favor when they need them the most against the British.
Hmm.
And this is Washington on Your Side, which was weirdly remixed by Carlin. Do you know who Wiz Khalifa is?
Of course.
Yeah, he did a cover of this song on the mixtape. But what's weird about this song is that this is where Hamilton or Burr essentially turns the rest of the count the of the cabinet against Hamilton, and this effectively leads to them going after Hamilton. And another cool thing about this is that the 10 dual commandments, it's probably out to here because of the theme, comes back here. But instead of representing dueling, it represents the dueling ideologies between Jefferson, Burr, and Madison against Hamilton's. Have Washington on your side.
How much do tickets cost for like Broadway stuff?
It depends. If they have raffles. Sometimes you can get Broadway tickets as low as sometimes like $5, depending on like how you like what you enter, and the highest I've paid, depending on where you go to, the highest I've seen them go for can be like they can range from really low to hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is it's basically like tickets to go to a concert. It varies, but they can be really, really inexpensive, or they can be a really expensive, depending on what you go for or what theater you're trying to go to.
So let's say for this exact show that's going to be filming.
Well, I've had friends who went to go see Hamilton for like 100 and like about $100 plus, and I had
Um,
some that ended up lucking out and managed to see the show for under $20.
hmm.
The thing about Hamilton though is that they do these competitions where they invite tons of people to go and see the show for free. so they don't have to pay. They'll like put out these little things, and the people who win it will get like front row seat tickets to come and see this for free. They're always doing things, which is different from most Broadway plays. But Hamilton is always like finding ways so that people can come and see the show for free
Uh,
or get in without having to pay much. And the soundtrack in itself is available for free, so no one actually had to go to see the show to kind of experience it, because it released the same day it came out on Broadway, which is very rare in Broadway. They usually don't do that because that's considered like you're cutting the money in half. This is one last time. Basically, this is Washington decides he's going to step down, and he's not only going to be running for like 2 terms, and that's it. And Hamilton's trying to convince him to stay, but he's like, no, we set a precedent. We're setting a precedent if we do this. And he's right. If presidents could basically stay on and be like monarchies, I don't even want to think about some of the things that would be happening right now.
mm-hmm.
And that's basically what this is about. It's about saying goodbye and stepping down, something that Hamilton doesn't understand even now. But this is also another kick in the teeth to Hamilton because Washington was his main supporter. Without him, Hamilton has no support.
Right. Yeah, I think that's very relevant in today, but just people just staying at their jobs for very long when they should damn well just let other people take over who are ready.
Yeah, man, tell me about it. That's Japan in a nutshell. And also, just Chris Jackson just has such a really nice voice. He was in the original In the Heights as Benny, and man, and
That's right.
you may not know this. You know Corman Blue, the Disney Channel star.
Yeah, I love Corbin Blue.
Yeah, he was. He was also Usnavi, the second Usnavi after Lin Manuel stepped down from the role. And as for why Lin Manuel was Usnavi, In the Heights is loosely based off of Lin's life, but Corman Blue was picked to play Usnavi after Lin stepped down from the role. And he did a pretty banger job too.
Yeah, I remember hearing about Corbin Blue doing Broadway stuff after his Disney run, which I was happy for him.
Yeah, and also this thing, all of this stuff is actually from Washington's actual address, farewell address, just like musicali added, with musicality added to it. Oh. But yeah, me and my friends, my posse, we always, back when I was still in touring, in college, we would actively go out and see various Broadway shows and just kind of talk about it, have like Skype calls and talk about it afterwards. What we saw or what was our favorite show during that week. Mm.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. For those, I think we're so far removed that I wonder if the younger generation remembers what Skype is.
Oh, people still know Skype.
Mm. Oh boy. Funny enough, this song was called One Last Ride in the off Broadway production of Hamilton, which is basically like the prototype of this of a musical. And it was way different than this one is. They remixed this song too on the mixtape, and I think it included clips of then President Barack Obama.
Hmm.
And this is technically the final reprise or appearance of King George. And that is the bullet or Ariana DeBose delivering him that letter where he basically says that without Washington, America is going to go to shit, essentially. Mm. Because John Adams is a pushover. You don't see John Adams, but he's referenced.
Hmm. I remember there's an HBO series about John Adams. I still gotta watch that.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, with Paul Giamatti.
And this song, I believe, is the Adams administration, where Hamilton officially gets fired because he catches beef with he gets his beef with John Adams. This was actually a cut song, actually. This was supposed to be a song, but it got cut out.
You said it was supposed to be a song?
Yeah, it was supposed to be a full blown song, but it was cut.
Oh.
And it just kind of goes from that to We Know, which is where they try to blackmail Hamilton. Mm. Also, they never call Hamilton by his name. It's mainly just an immigrant,
Hmm.
making fun of his Caribbean roots. Less. And Burr says this because he kind of semi gets off to the fact that he's kind of in an important conversation now. He's in the room finally. This whole thing, I mean, even though it's a mess, but it's something that still happens today in politics with people having these extramarital affairs with all these random people that they come in contact with, and while they're in office.
Hmm.
And this is in the eyes of a hurricane. And as I said, like about a half an hour ago, Hamilton only sings whenever it's a moment of weakness. And as Lynn said in Hamilton the Revolution, this is basically Hamilton kind of over like evaluating, his situation and coming to the wrong conclusion. To Hamilton in part one, his words always got him out of trouble. He was able to write. He was able to get Angelica to fall in love with him in his mind because of his words. He was able to rise up from being a bastard orphan because of his words. And he thinks that maybe if he can clear his name and write out what he's done, that it would somehow kind of clear him because it managed to work before. But it doesn't work like that. It's a scandal at that point. And the fact that he married into a rich family and screwed over his wife, that's all anybody's going to care about now. They don't care why you did it. It's the fact that it's scandalous and people are going to talk about it. It's like the same reason like when a celebrity does something dumb and it starts trending on Twitter for days, is essentially what Hamilton ends up doing right here. At least from the 1700, the 1700s equivalent of that.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what it is.
And this is really where the arrogance of Hamilton comes to a head as well. Again, like I said, in Act One, he had those friends, Lawrence, Lafayette, Mulligan, kind of hyping him up and gaslighting him. So now he's become his head is so far up his own ass that he can't really see any flaws in his logic. And it's letting him down. It's all about me, but never about what about my family? What about my friends? He doesn't care about the bridges that he's burning here. And there's Burr's theme. Wait for it. But he doesn't listen. And yeah, this is where the shit hits the hypothetical fan, and everyone knows now that Hamilton cheated on his wife.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's literally that's the T sis, the song.
Well, why didn't you stay with the other girl?
Well, first of all, like it's because first of all, she's poor, and also the fact that if he did do that, she was already legally married to another guy, but that guy was allegedly blackmailing Hamilton to keep on doing it, and for whatever fucking reason, Hamilton continued to do this and paid. The guy was hoeing out his wife. And Hamilton, for whatever reason, chose to still keeps like messing around with this girl despite everything. The Skyles were some of the richest people in New York, and Angelica is back here, and Hamilton thinks that she's going to understand him, but no, she tells him off. No, I put my sister before everyone else, and she said, you're full of shit, Hamilton. I knew that you were going to fly too close to the sun one day. It's still about me with him. And that's the crazy thing. After all of this, Hamilton is still in it's all about me mode. But at least I didn't take money from the government. No one cares. This is like the trendy thing to talk about. His whole thing is staged like orchestrated like a trap song.
A trap song? How?
Let me look at the book. Or actually, I'll save it afterwards. But yeah, they talk about the musical inspiration for each of these songs in the book, and on Genius Lyric as well. And this is Burn. This song actually went through multiple drafts initially. Hmm. Hmm. And I think that, in with historical context, it is really ironic how Hamilton was obsessed with his public perception only for him to basically ruin whatever validity he had during that time in his own era. Mm.
Yeah, sounds like Kanye.
Whew, man, yeah. Or if we're talking about comedians, like Dave Chappelle has really kind of done a number to his own reputation. Mm.
How so?
You've heard about the recent Chappelle, controversies?
Uh, Remind me. I probably have, but I feel like you're talking about something different.
No, I'm talking about like his, his comments against trans people in some of his more recent specials.
Oh, that. Yeah, yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's like Chappelle. I watched a video essay about him. How we used to, how the way he worded it caused him to stay out of controversy for so long, and that he was the one comedian who could get away with saying crazy stuff. But this whole thing with trans people and the transphobia behind it is really kind of, it's basically, again, like Hamilton says, it's minimizing Dave's legacy to just that. I feel like once it's all said and done, he's going to be reduced to just that one black comedian who really had a thing against trans people. And I think that's just, she should be more than that.
He'll definitely be more than that. I feel like people who say that are just not fans of Dave Chappelle.
I mean, I am. I'm a fan of Dave, but I'm just saying the legacy is going to get muddied.
Well, legacy only matters when the person's gone and you can reflect.
And this is but we'll get into that too, but this is Blow Us All Away, which again, this is the bullet. Again, the bullet who represents death. She pops up every time death is about to happen. And this whole thing is reintroducing Philip in the same way that Hamilton was introduced in the beginning of the play in My Shot. And his whole thing is that he wants to challenge this guy who basically insulted his dad, and he demands compensation. Hmm. Hmm. And this really shows how Hamilton's negative traits have completely rubbed off on his son, and how everything he idolized about his dad is the thing that ends up getting him killed. And the
Right.
whole thing about him never being able to count up to 10 when they were talking about taking a break, that comes through here because he doesn't reach to 10. He dies before they even reach 8. And this is the Stay Alive reprise from earlier before when Washington was talking about the war. It's taking on a darker meaning.
Mm.
And just like the song says, he doesn't stay alive. He doesn't reach that 10 when he was counting with his mom.
How unfortunate.
The sins of the father trope are real. This whole thing sequence though is like directly very Les Mis inspired. Mm, mm. See, he never reaches 10. He dies shortly before he hits it.
Mm.
I think, unironically, Philippa Sue, I think, lost one of her parents before this production went on. Oh, and this is It's Quiet Uptown, where Hamilton at this point is a shell of himself. And although it may not be hard to tell at this point, I think Hamilton at this point is supposed to be in his 40s. So a lot of timeline jumping is happening. And historically, Hamilton had a sister. I mean, not a sister. Hamilton had a kid who was named after Angelica. And after the death of Philip Hamilton in real life, she just kind of had a mental breakdown and was never able to kind of revert past mentally past the age of a 6 year old. And she kind of just remained delusional ever since, after her brother died.
What's this song called again?
It's Quiet Uptown.
No, that's way off of what I wrote down.
And it's a reference. This is actually a reference to Take a Break, where Eliza is encouraging Hamilton to take a break and spend time with his family. But here it's Hamilton encouraging Eliza to come out, be with him, and apologizing, you know, for all of his misdeeds because she hasn't forgiven him. But near the end of the song, she does forgive him. Yeah, at this point, Hamilton has basically lost everything, mostly everything. He's not in, he has no position in Congress anymore. He's been basically turned into a laughing stock. He's lost his son. He only has one thing left to lose now, and that's his life.
Right.
And this is the election of 1800. And this is the nail in the coffin in terms of Hamilton and Burr's relationship.
Thank God.
Yeah, honestly, it's been going by. Probably not for you, Colin, but this has been going by pretty fast for me. From in terms of time wise, it's like boy, it's like I'm sitting here. I'm like, man, I'm just reliving everything. I just got done listening to some of the soundtrack last night while I was writing some of these notes.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's all about perspective because this is going pretty slow for me.
But then again, like I said, I think that's just because you're not really used to like these sort of things, like these musicals. Because Hamilton, the way Hamilton is structured is the way like 99.8% of the musicals are structured. Because this is basically just how Les Mis is. It's operatic, which is sung all the way through and rapid pace with not much spoken dialogue. And we see that Burr is going full Hamilton mode, trying to go for something and not and take a definite stance. Mhm. Yep, and this is basically where Burr tells Hamilton that his new perspective came from Hamilton's own behavior. He influenced him. They unknowingly influenced each other.
That's how people work.
Mm. And this is the thing that builds up to the crescendo. After everything, after Burr has reflected on everything, he sees that Hamilton has, in his mind, robbed him of every opportunity he's gotten. And at this point, he demands compensation. And this was the last straw for him. And the Ten Duel Commandments theme comes back again. Dear Alexander. Mm. Mm. And you see the bullet constantly. You probably can't see because it's dark, but the bullet is dancing around here again, just delivering the letter to each other, really signifying that death is about to creep into the show again. And unironically, Hamilton goes against his own advice that he told Philip by, you know, just walking into a duel just like that. Again, the Ten Dual Commandments again makes its final reappearance. Almost in the exact same way as it did before.
Could have fooled me.
Yeah, like I said before, the theme of this, of the Ten Dual Commandments, that's because it's a very rigid structure and it represents murder. It's very upbeat, but that kind of hides what it really is, which is murder. And again, it's fine, Carlin. It's. I'm not expecting you to pick up on leitmotifs and stuff. You know, that's just me kind of being geeking out about the little theatrical elements of the play.
No, of course. Please geek out. That's what
Yeah, and that's what I
it's
like.
about.
That's kind of what I like. You know, leitmotifs are used a lot in theater to represent something. So if you can't keep up with something, when you keep hearing the repetition of a leitmotif, you start to associate it with a certain thing. And it's like, oh, this thing represents that thing, and this thing represents this thing. That's what, and Stephen Sondheim was the one who popularized that idea, the idea of the reoccurring leitmotif or melody. And this is where we start to see everything come back. Hamilton begins to reflect on everything that's happened, and this is where he throws away his shot. This is a soliloquy before his death, where he starts to remember how will he be remembered, everything that he's done until now, his legacy. What does it mean? Was it worth it? And this is where every leitmotif that's been built up comes back, you know, recontextualizing everything that's been happening. It's literally like Hamilton's life is flashing before his very eyes, metaphorically speaking. And she outlives him by like 60 years too in real life.
She ever get remarried?
No, no, she didn't. She didn't remarry. She basically spent like the as Hamilton would want it, she spent basically the rest of her life kind of chronicalizing his works and kind of memorializing him. She's really the only reason like we're talking about or watching this play today. It's because of her recollecting everything. And that's what this play is. None of this play is happening in real time. This is all a recollection of Hamilton through the people that Eliza talked to. And this is what the introduction play was hinting at. This is just a recollection of Hamilton from the people who knew him. The man himself is technically already dead in the play, anyways. And this is when Burr realizes that the world was wide enough for Hamilton and him. There was no reason to kill him off. Burr reacted just based on a whim, and because of that, he made a choice that is basically going to be what he's known for forever. And this is what he's talking about. And what I talked about Chappelle, history doesn't care about all your feats. History doesn't care what you did or that. If you do one thing that is seen as quote unquote, damning, which is what he did, killed Hamilton, it's all you become known for. No one cares why you did it or what the reason was. It is what it is. And it's funny because that's all I really learned about Burr when I was in school, is that he was the man who killed Hamilton. History minimizes whatever you do. No one cares how complex you are, who you were. And yeah, this varies from person to person, but that's just kind of how it is. It's just largely subjective. Your mileage may vary. But Hamilton and Burr learns this lesson. Well, Burr learns this lesson way too late. He should have waited for it. And this is the final song, Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Your Story, where Washington, or his ghost anyways, reiterates his
His
advice.
ghost.
Yeah, because that's basically what it is. Washington's dead at this point, historically.
I guess that's why he's wearing white.
Yeah, it's the finale. And this is just a recollection of Hamilton from various people, which is basically just confirming what I just said. How these are just people remembering the man, giving their own different perspectives on Hamilton. There are people who hated the guy, people who were neutral on him, and people who loved him, like it is with anybody. And Burr asks, when you're gone, who remembers your name? Like, what happens? Who carries you on? And then that's when Eliza comes out, which basically vindicates Eliza earlier, where she said, your family is your legacy. And she was right, because without Eliza, Hamilton would have been completely lost to history. She's basically the one who's been telling the story the entire time. And she's alive. And then she passes on soon afterwards. I remember in the play, Darby kind of asked you like what your interpretation of this scene was. I remember near the ending of the play, and well, the awkward thing is that there actually isn't a definitive answer to that of what this scene, the ending scene, means.
Yeah, don't ask me now. I have no idea.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just saying there's actually a definitive answer. Like, well, the when it comes, I'll say it. Yeah, she opens up the Skylar Orphanage. It's still actually it's still in New York to this day. Mm, mm, man, yeah, this scene gets me every time, man. Mm, oh man. And scene.
I thought of a really funny smart guy episode that really sums up how I feel about this movie.
Oh, smart guy with Tia and Tamara's brother.
Yeah, the Disney show that you can actually watch on Disney Plus. It's like a 5 second clip, like a 5 second scene
Mm-hmm.
with the character Mo Tibbs that completely summed up sums this entire play up for me.
Mm.
I'll have to get the clip and share it to Darby. Maybe she'll find it funny. Oh, actually, I don't know if she's seen Smart Guy.
Yeah, I've seen Smart Guy. What is it? I mean,
It's
I'm not the clip. I mean,
it's I can't remember the episode, but it was like it was they were in class watching whatever animal documentary, and it was like a two lions like fighting each other for the female,
yeah.
and literally the documentary ends and Mo is just asleep. And the moment the lights turn on, he wakes up and he starts clapping. He's like, "Yeah, the Lion King, classic."
Well, I mean, let me tell you, Carlin, like I said, well, we can finally get into the discussion now because it's basically over. But like I said, your reaction to, again, to theater, to Broadway, it's common. A lot of people do not care for Broadway. I have friends who don't like it. My best friend Willie, he doesn't mess with musicals. He told me that he said, "Man, I saw In the Heights." I said, "How did he say?" Me and my friends literally got together, they got drunk and they started making fun of it. They said take a shot every time something happens, and they basically were tore up after the Benny and Nina scene, and they were laughing their asses off. And that's how musical theater is seen by a lot of film goers, and not even just not even just that, like theater actors in general. From what I've heard from from Willie, he does work, he is an actor. Theater actors do not have the best reputation in Hollywood, from what I've heard, because of the way they come off whenever like they have to record with other people. They have this aura about them which makes them seem, and I understand that because I know some theater kids like this, where they come off as very uppity or biggity and think that they are more than what they are,
Mm-hmm.
despite not really think obviously theater acting and stage acting are completely different things, and that does not translate well whenever a theater actor typically tries to break out into actual film acting. Mm. So yeah, and that is well, that is that. I paused it, but yeah, that's basically it. It's over. So and this is a My Shot remix by The Roots and Black Thought and Busta Rhymes.
Yeah, I just watched Black Dot and The Deuce, this HBO series that I'm going to do a video for my channel.
Yeah, he was one of the producers of this, like one of the creators, along with Questlove. Do you know who that is?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, he, Lin Manuel, and Black Thought created this, or they were the minds behind this show. I just got
Interesting.
I just got done watching Summer of Soul too. I don't know if you saw that.
Interesting. So I think I want to say I reached the conclusion that I don't hate musicals. I would like to believe I like musicals, but it's
Mm.
just a certain kind, because I can name musicals that I like. And then I recently just watched because obviously my channel is based on The Last Starfighter. I just
Yeah.
found out that they made a musical that I had no idea about. And I listened to it and I feel like I can listen to that all day.
Well, the thing is that like I said, Carlin, I would agree, but the issue is that like I said, in your initial Hamilton review and in our conversations, and also in your Encanto review, all of your critiques were not actually about Hamilton. They were kind of like backhanded critiques of Broadway. Because,
Absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
but that's my thing. And this is from talking with you, because I've talked with you extensively. And even looking at the comments that you've said in the, to other people when they correct you, and you're like, yeah, I can see what you're saying. The issue is that with Hamilton, and again, I'm trying to preference to the audience and to Carlin here. This thing was not made to turn Hamilton into to make Carlin into a Hamilton stan. Yeah, it's perfectly fine if people don't like this play. I am perfectly cool with that. But what kind of fired me up here, and I'm going to get personal here, to get into the nitty gritty, is
Hmm.
that I felt like in that first review, I kind of felt like Carlin, because again, Carlin is not a theater guy. He's not in Broadway, and that's fine. But I felt like, and even in our DMs in Discord, Carlin's like, look, I'm a guy who watches movies, and I just kind of, I just kind of call it as I see it. I talk about my perception of that. And we kind of went on that back and forth, and I brought the whole Bugs Bunny thing. And my thing is that is fine. But my issue is that what I felt like the big problem, and even the audience in that comment section agrees, I felt like because everything about Hamilton kind of went over your head in that first review, and maybe even sort of this one as well.
Absolutely.
So what you were left with was just, okay, so the play themes, they went over our head. Okay, but what we're left with is the aesthetic. And you kind of kept critiquing the aesthetic, but the issue is that you're not really critiquing Hamilton. You're critiquing Broadway, the Broadway aesthetic, because the Hamilton aesthetic is just a Broadway aesthetic. And it shows that with tons of other shows like Les Mis. And
Hmm.
my big issue is that you were basically what like to call ixo despot, which is you were using fallacies. The idea was you were kind of dogmatically asserting yourself about something that you don't really know about. You're kind of spitballing here. And you invited Darby, correct me if I'm wrong, but Darby never really did. All she really did was kind of just reaffirm your spitballing despite being the theater person in the room, which was really awkward. It didn't really create a conversation. And it felt like a awkward one-sided conversation between two like-minded people, even though Darby, from the reactions I saw, because I sat through that, I watched that whole video, she clearly cares about this play.
Hmm.
And I know she said, she kind of joked about it and being manipulating, but you can only be manipulated by something if you allow it to.
Right.
And I felt like, and again, no offense to Darby, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but I felt like near the 2 hour mark where we are, Darby went full white guilt mode and kind of just started agreeing with everything you're saying. I'm like, whoa, like it's literally the Hamilton and Burr dynamic playing out. You have Carlin making kind of, talking, kind of talking out of his ass, so to speak, just saying, kind of making spitballing, saying trying to articulate how you feel. Darby,
Hmm.
instead of correcting that, is just like, yeah, oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I'm like, dude, no. That the issue is that Carlin, I respect that. When I don't know something about, when I don't know anything, because I'm not a film person. Obviously, I can't tell you what's a good shot of a film. I can give you my opinion, but it's probably
Hmm.
going to be wrong. Like when you were talking about the shots in the currently unaired in the Heights video, you felt like what they were going for was and they should have went full Bollywood. And I can attest to that. I can agree with that. I can't really argue with you on that front because I'm not a music person. But I kind of felt like, Carlin, in that first review, even though you didn't know much about Broadway, about Lynn, about Hamilton, which, okay, is fine, but I feel like when you made arguments against it, you were kind of arguing in the name of ignorance, kind of like a fallacy, kind of dissing out all this stuff without really having any evidence or ground to kind of stand on. And you weren't really being challenged. And Darby's just agreeing with you. And I felt like, as a black person, who has been in theater for most of his life, and I'm a
Hmm.
teacher now in Japan, I felt like I could add a different perspective into why this play, means something to me, and kind of what is going on here. And one of the things you kind of brought up, and maybe one of the things that you kind of felt sideways about, was when I brought up the idea of, because I know when Darby brought it up originally, she's like, you I didn't go back and watch the video, but it was the part where you talked about what type of, you kind of question her, what type of music is this? It doesn't sound like the rap that I grew up listening to, stuff like that. And she said, oh, it's kind of different. And I'm like, well, here's the thing. Like, yeah, these are show tunes. And it's convoluted to say that. But before I go ahead on this big spiel, is
Mhm.
there anything that you want to say, Carlin? Like anything you want to question me about now that the film is over, or anything that you brought up? Because you took notes yourself. So I don't want to just kind of blow my load before you have a chance to ask or question me about something. Because, since I'm the guest, if anything you want to ask me as the host based on your notes or anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I think from the start of it, I would say probably like right when that second act happened, I
Hmm.
was already disconnected from it again, like I was from my first watching. And I think from my first watching, I think I was watching it more, but just being more alert of the things that were triggering me throughout. But in the second watching, I think I came to a point I was like, who cares? Like who cares how I, well, more or less I was gonna say, like, who cares how I feel about it? I mean, this is just how the play is.
Yeah, that's, like I said, the thing about your first play is that my big issue, and I think a lot of people's issues, is that you were using a lot of fallacies. And the issue with fallacies is that they're essentially trying to push something as like very objective. And the issue is that there's not really any, the issue, like again, when you critique something, or when I would make a review on something, the review has to be based on at least something, have a basis. But the issue is that because everything about Hamilton has gone over your head, at that point, it's like you're kind of just shadow boxing with the play. You don't know what you're hitting, but you're really just hitting Broadway. And you say you like theater, but like I said, Carlin, just based on our interactions, just based on what you're saying, I feel like I can really understand your arguments better than you may be able to articulate. Because I get what you're
Mhm.
saying. I can tell you what you're trying to say. But the issue is that based on our conversations within DMs, I feel like I get what you're saying, but I feel like you don't really understand the implications of what you're actually saying. Because in your review with Darby and in our conversations, what you're kind of doing is I asked you, hey, you know, how does, because I questioned you, you said, okay, my thing is, you said it doesn't matter what type of style the music is. Well, it does matter, it's show tunes, but you're like, what matters is that it feels culture vulture-ish. That's not a word, but hey guys, work with me here. um and I kind of pressed you on that, right?
Mhm.
You remember that, and you said this feels very culture vulturous. And I'm like, well, Garland, how does it feel culture vulture ish? Because are you going to respond to that, or are you going to elaborate on that, or do you want me to like go ahead on what I was about to say?
As of now, maybe I had more of a problem with. Well, I don't know. Maybe I still have a problem with this play, but maybe more of a problem with how this theater, or excuse me, how this
Broadway.
production was marketed. Because I remember when my mom told me the first time when this whole Hamilton thing came up on like Disney Plus or whatever,
Mhm.
she's like, "Hey, you should watch this play. It's called Hamilton. It's like a mixture of hip hop and R&B." And I'm like, all right. And then when I got around to actually watching it with Darby, I just felt like it's 100% the opposite of that. And again, maybe that's not the Lin Manuel's fault or the play itself's fault, because it's just doing what's in that culture of theater.
Broadway. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
well, technically, this is your technically third and a half time watching, because you watched it with your friends before Darby, uh, briefly for 10 minutes,
No, I
right?
watched it with Darby first, and
Oh,
then I've
but
we took
yeah,
we took a delay, and then I watched 10 minutes with my friends to see how they
and
felt about it.
and Like I said, the thing is, Carlin, I don't think you really care for Broadway, and I can tell that, and that's cool. There is nothing wrong with that. To Carlin or anybody who may not be for musicals, I understand musicals are not for everybody. It is an acquired taste, but what I am saying is that Broadway, and I'm going to get into this, in your thing, you kind of felt like, because again, it goes back to the Broadway critique. But my thing is that like what you were describing is not like what a culture vulture is in
Mm.
our discussion. Elvis, which I'm sure you can tell, Elvis is the culture vulture. Elvis is a dude who basically appropriated rock and roll from black people and then tried to claim that he was the king of it.
All those 1950s and 40s white musicians were culture vultures.
Yeah, and that's my thing. But the thing is that it's a person essentially taking from another culture and claiming it as their own. Ray Charles even called him out on that. A clip of that went viral on Twitter recently. But the thing is that Hamilton in itself, and I want to get to my point because it connects to another point, is that Hamilton, it's created by people of the culture. This isn't by a bunch of white execs saying, you know what? You know what would be really cool? Let's put some of this and that in there and see how this sells. Because the issue is that at the time that this came out on Broadway, Hamilton was considered kryptonite because it wasn't like every other musical that was out. And I know
Mhm.
what it is because we talk about musicals, but the point is that when Hamilton came out, everyone was trying to be Stephen Sondheim. Stephen Sondheim is the guy who West Side Story, wrote West Side Story and Company, or Andrew Lloyd Webber, Phantom of the Opera, Sweetie Todd, all these guys. Everybody was trying to, be them and recreate them, or they were making jukebox musicals. And if you don't know what that is, for those who don't know, a jukebox musical is basically where you take music from an established medium, like an artist, and you turn it into a Broadway play. But my issue with jukebox musicals is that they don't really work because it's the songs influencing everything, and that makes everything really, really wonky, you
Mhm.
know. And it doesn't make sense because some of the people who made this. There was a Tupac Shakur musical called "Holler If You Hear Me," which was based off of some plays that Tupac, made and his
Mhm.
songs. But I'm like, those songs are fine on their own, but when you try to set them to a story, it feels really, really wonky. And some of the people who were in Hamilton, like Chris Jackson and even Chadwick Baldwin, they were in that, and there are plays of it, and I'm like, it doesn't work, at least in my opinion, because it's like it's the songs, but you're trying to set the musics to base the songs, from Tupac into a story, and it feels so disconnected. Everyone was doing that, jukebox musicals or these predominantly all white, these predominantly, very white centric musicals. And Hamilton's creation, much like In the Heights, was essentially made to be a rebuttal against all of that. Because, for one thing, it casted people of color in predominantly central roles. And to kind of
Mhm.
move away from that, talking about a conversation that we had in in the Heights, you know, you said, well, I think my issue here is that because this is what you're saying. The issue why you felt it was culture vulturous is because you felt like Lin Manuel, put the Broadway as a classist medium, and he kind of put this on Broadway, kind of implying, well, this is in your critique. It's kind of like you use the no true Scotsman's fallacy. You're familiar with what that is? Mm.
No.
The no true Scotsman's fallacy basically is when you make monolithic statements about a group of people. It's almost like that old Chris Rock sketch where he's like, "Hey, black people do this and white people do that." It's that. I kind of felt like in your critiques, what you're kind of doing is kind of like when you say, what black person would give a shit, for example, about, say, the founding fathers or this
Right.
and that. Well, clearly some do. Otherwise, this play wouldn't exist. All the people who are behind Hamilton are of the culture. Lin Manuel is Afro Latino. His, Black Thought and Questlove are black. You have all these other black, performers who assisted in the show's creation. Clearly, they do. I don't. I don't agree with these guys, but the Candace Owens of the world most certainly do. like I feel like we as black people are always so quick to kind of place all of ourselves, make these monolithic statements about each other, but that's not true. We try to say what's black and what isn't black. And black, just like with white or Asian or anything, can be many different things. Not
Hmm.
everyone, shares the same opinion. Like even you and I know you don't care for theater. You are a film guy and you love Starfighter. I've never seen Starfighter, but I am a huge, I'm a huge theater guy. I have been in the industry, I have been in the industry. I was there from the beginning and I had to work my ass off just to kind of make my name. I used to be a shy kid, but we're very, very different people. And when I was younger, because of the way I talk and my interest, people would accuse me of being like an Uncle Tom just because, the way I talk. Like, why are you talking like that? Why are you trying to be so what? I'm like, at the time, I'm like, well, I didn't know what to really say because I'm like, what do you mean? This is how I always talk. But as I got older, I kind of realized the unfortunate implications of what people were saying. It's
Hmm.
that they were associating blackness with talking a certain kind of way. You have to be like this. You have to do like that. You don't really fit what we perceive as being black. But what you're really saying is, even unintentionally, those people is that black people can't be well clad. Black people can't be well spoken. If you don't talk like this, you're trying to be white. But I'm like, motherfucker, excuse my French, motherfucker, who said this is a white thing? Why are we adding like these labels on what is white and what is black? Just like the same way we had these people who were trying to apply labels on what's masculine and what's feminine. And my sister and I have both been hip with that over the years. I
Right.
feel like we as black people, I'm going to seriously, we as black people love to call out the shit that white people do, and rightfully so. But I feel like we turn around and we do that shit to ourselves and we don't see it and no one calls it out because we're in the BLM era where, again, it is, we don't like to draw attention to issues within our community, but I'm like, we do that. We do this to ourselves. We turn around and we do this to ourselves. Like, your critiques about Hamilton, which is fine. Like I said, I'm not saying you can't dislike it. That is perfectly fine. I have people who do not like Hamilton. They say, I can tell you why. A, I'm not a fan of musicals. B, this, and this, and this, and this. I'm like, okay, cool. That's fine. But I feel like, in your first review, Carlin, your critiques kind of came off kind of similar. I don't know if you've seen the Disney movie Turning Red.
That's on my list to watch for the podcast.
Yeah. Well, there was a white guy who basically made a review of Turning Red where he basically said he didn't understand it, or like he kind of asked who is this for? It's like this is, he basically went on this tangent, this ignorant ass tangent about who the musical, oh, this isn't for me, like, oh, this is about an Asian girl in the town. I'm like, first of all, again, it is fine to not be a fan of a film. I have Scott
Hmm.
Fraless, my friend. He's not a fan of that. But at the same time, like, don't go pulling arguments out of your ass and making up all these things about how it's this, and this just because you weren't fancy to it. Just because you may not like it does not mean that there are people out there who don't. And
Yeah, of course.
I feel like we as black people, I mean, again, I've just seen it, we call that shit out, but then we turn it around and do it to ourselves. And then we wonder why things don't get better. I've been hit by that. And
Hmm.
I think one of the things that you told me is that, hey, what you were saying is that Broadway is a classist medium. Like if this, how is this for minorities? If Broadway is a classist medium, but what you're implying there, Carlin, in our DMs is that it's almost as if, black people, and I know you didn't mean this, but this is the unfortunate implication, just like those people who kind of called me out for talking a certain kind of way. You're implying that minorities or black people are kind of too low down and maybe sorry to go and see these shows, and that's not true. I was a part of a black posse. Like it was me, my friend Jay, I had my friend it was me, my friend Jay. I had Chuck. We were basically a bunch of like multiracial kids. I was black, Asian, black kids, Asian kids. We would go around and we would see theater. Well, all these different Broadway shows. We would see Next to Normal. We would go and see Rent. We would go and see Tick Tick Boom. We would go and see all this stuff. And we would go there. Yeah, there would be white people there, but we would also see other people of color there just enjoying it. It's not that uncommon. And I also feel like, again, the price of it missing, like, does not somehow, like, again, invalidate like a work's cultural merit, let alone, or its like cultural background. Because I know I have been to some pricey ass concerts to see some of my favorite black performers, sometimes paying hundreds to almost thousands of dollars, depending on who's with me, with all the traveling and gas just to go and see these people. Like to go and see Outkast performing, which is rare. They don't usually do concerts, but to go and see them, or to go and see something like, a Tribe Called Quest, when they were performing for SNL, it's like I had to pay an arm and a leg to go and see them. But I wouldn't dare argue that these guys are sellouts or so and so just because I have to go pay to see them. That doesn't somehow invalidate, their ethnic background or their merit. And kind of expanding on that point, even disregarding all of that, what made Hamilton special is that, I'm almost done with my spiel, but what made Hamilton special is the fact that,
Take your time.
yeah, I'm getting passionate here, but, again, just having this conversation, but what made Hamilton special is that it was free. You could listen to the soundtrack and never have to go see the play. You don't have to pay like $79 or $175 to go and see Hamilton. The soundtrack, because the play is sung all the way through, you can listen to it on YouTube for free. And it's been that way since it's been on Broadway. That's how I discovered. I'm like, wow, I really like this. I like the story. I like the motif. And if it weren't for Hamilton taking that approach, Hamilton would not be anywhere near as popular as it is now. There are other shows on Broadway that are fairly popular, but like you wouldn't hear about them because, again, they're kind of bogarted, because you would have to go pay to go see them. There's not cast albums. But like, again, with Hamilton, they really tried to make sure people knew about this. They put the soundtrack for free. Lynn, Black Thought, and Questlove actually toured the show around to different schools to perform it for kids for free of charge. And they would like create these special raffles where these schools could win and go see the play for free. So it's like the idea that Broadway is this, very white medium is not only kind of a disingenuous critique, but it's not true. African Americans basically they shaped the modern day Broadway scene. Whether people want to, well, people have
Oh,
admitted it.
of course. You can say that
Yeah,
with almost any media. The black man's the most copied man in America.
yeah, but that's the thing. But even here, what made, what I'm talking about, show tunes, like you said, well, this is rap, it doesn't sound like contemporary rap. And I understand that. I have been told that by some of my friends. People don't really like, they can't put their finger on it, but they're like, I do not like the way these musicals sound. They have this certain thing and it turns me off. And I get it. But the reason why Broadway, because I looked up alternative rock when we were listening to Hamilton, alternative rock or alternative music is just music that doesn't quote unquote fit into a category of
Hmm.
their own.
Exactly.
Show tunes are not like that. Show tunes do fit into their own category. They're called show tunes. But the thing that makes show tunes weird, that compared to every other medium, is that they do have their own sets of rules. They have these orchestras. They have these certain things like the I Want songs or these musical motifs. These are what make a musical a musical. You may be able to find a motif like in Slick Rick was pretty good at using motifs, when he used his storytelling, but you don't find all this stuff anywhere. And the reason why show tunes are called show tunes is because it's like multiple different genres of music merged together. And it's like that because Broadway, I think, or show tunes are it's the only medium where it uses musical vernacular. You basically have, like, for example, Broadway has its roots in opera. Everything that we know about Broadway originates from the opera. Like when Hamilton is rapping, what Hamilton is doing, he's using a patter song. Patter songs are like these really fast-paced songs that have a rhythmic flow. Like For example, for people who don't know, like for example, the Music Man and the song "You Got Trouble" is a patter song. It's a fast-paced song
Mm-hmm.
that is like it rhymes. It consistently rhymes. And we know, obviously, hip hop isn't just all about rhyming, what you can, but in
Mm-hmm.
patters, that's what you do. And it's the way that Lin used that to kind of get hip hop across in theater because it's based on this established medium. Like, here's an example. Like, in the song "You Got Trouble," there's a part where it says, "I'm thinking about the kids in the knickerbocker, short tail young ones picking in the smoke shop, wondering about the school. Hey, look, folks, you got trouble right here in River City." That's one of the parts when "You Got Trouble." That's a patter song. Or "I am the very model of a modern major general." Like, that's another one by Gilbert and Sullivan. That's like
Mm-hmm.
examples. They're these fast-paced songs, and they do that a lot in Hamilton. I'm sure you notice
Mm-hmm.
where they have these fast-paced rhythmic flows. But like again, it Broadway originated from opera, so a lot of Broadway shows are very operatic. Like Sweeney Todd is very Shakespearean.
Mm-hmm.
It comes from that. And then you have other genres that get added to it, like folk, which started off in the Shakespearean era. But what made Broadway what it is today is that in the 1920s, Black creators and performers added jazz into the scene, and it changed Broadway forever because every single Broadway musical you can think of, it's either like created, like the numbers are created like jazz numbers, or they use jazz as a motif. Like West Side Story has jazz. All that jazz, it's in the name. You have jazz and all these other aspects that these Black creators introduced into Broadway. And jazz, despite being demonized, was the popular musical from like it was the popular music genre from the 1920s to 1950s. It defined American music. So Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, I don't have to tell you, Carl, and I'm sure you know, jazz was basically the medium. And because musicals evolve with the musical vernacular, it was integrated, and it still is, into musicals. Then in the 60s, rock became big. So Andrew Lloyd Webber, Lord Bornstein, they put rock into musical theater. And the issue is that whenever a new genre gets added into musical theater, and this is convoluted, but this is how it is, it becomes a pillar. And once something in a show tune becomes a pillar, it becomes something that you have to adhere to, whether you mean to or not. And you see people going to see Jesus Christ Super like, wow, so this is what rock is. I want to make something just like that. So these creators, they come and they make their own, musicals based off of what they see. And inadvertently, even though they don't know it, they're utilizing these other genres of music. They're using the jazz that the Black creators put into musicals in the 1920s. They're using the rock, and it keeps on going on and on. And that's what makes musical theater so different compared to every other genre. It has its own motifs and things that it makes it a genre, but like you can't compare something like, again, Kendrick Lamar. Really love that guy. I don't know, you like Kendrick Lamar, I'm sure, right, Carlin?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, his new album just came out recently. But point is,
Have not listened to it.
yeah, I'm a big fan. Um, anyways, the point is that what makes show tunes different is that it's essentially all these styles merged together into one. So whenever it's rock, it's not just pure, authentic Led Zeppelin rock. It's rock mixed with opera, rock mixed with folk, rock mixed with all these other pillars that have been added into musical theater. And it gives it like I said, it's the hyena and dog vernacular, or hyena and dog dichotomy.
Hmm.
It sounds vaguely similar to it, but not quite exactly. And I noticed that's what you were basically saying, not only in this, in the Heights thing, but also in your Darby thing. And that's why something like Jesus Christ Superstar and Hamilton are more related to, again, Showboat, or you know South Pacific, or Rent, or Oklahoma, than they are to, say, uh, again, Young Thug and Aerosmith, because it's all these genres blended together to form a unified sound. And what made Hamilton so special is that it merged all this stuff together. it merged the different eras of theater together. The classic era that's a very operatic, and jazz.
Mm,
Then you have Stephen Sondheim. He made West Side Story and stuff like that company. Sondheim was known for his lyricism. Hamilton utilizes the lyricism. I know the lyrics go over your head, but each character's lyrics have meaning and take on a different tone depending on what the song is. Like Satisfied. The Satisfied was the song where the sister sings about, man, I wish I could be with Hamilton, but like I would, but I can't because I'm bound to my society. Okay, that references, her discontent with her life. But then we have Satisfied being used in the 10 Dual Commandments, and it's referencing the relief or the vindication you get when you basically prove yourself by kind of shooting a person who insulted your person. It's all these different things like Sondheim. And then you have Andrew Lloyd Webber, who popularized, leitmotifs, how each character in Hamilton represents a certain song. And even if, you don't understand what the character's about, that theme keeps coming back and coming back and coming back. And you're like, oh, so slowly but surely you start to associate the character with this thing. And they do that so that way musicals don't have to keep recapping what they're saying. You're like, okay, I hear this. That's what that means. And also, they're operatic. He popularized the whole sing-song musical where all his plays were sung all the way through. And
right.
the reason they did that was because it makes it easier to kind of sell musicals that way. Because again, you can release like Hamilton did. I listened to the soundtrack before I even got a chance to see the show, and I got the same experience. I didn't feel like I was missing anything. So like my point is that I feel like it's weird that we try to code things a certain kind of way because Broadway, it's not white. Yeah, they tried to go and take over it, for sure. But black people, especially, the jazz musicians of the 20s, they made Broadway what it is today. And as for why Lynn chose, first of all, it was a book he read. And the thing about like musicals is that the entire point of Hamilton being a rebuttal is that in West Side Story, I mean, I don't know if you saw the original West Side Story or not, Carlin, but
Probably like minutes of it.
yeah, but the quote unquote Puerto Ricans in that were played us outside of Rita Moreno were played by white people in brownface.
Yeah. Yep.
And the thing is that Hamilton was kind of a rebuttal against all of that. It not only put people of color in the center stage, and I've had debates, even beyond this, I've had debates about this with other people in my circles. It put them at the front center stage at a time when really it was rare too, because everyone was trying to just rehash the past and wasn't trying to get with the times. Every person who has been a part of Hamilton has benefited from it in some way. And I do know another thing you talked about was the colorism aspect of Hamilton that you kind of felt. But my big issue with that is that again only works if you're arguing from a point of illiteracy, because the characters in Hamilton, their races and their skin tones are completely interchangeable. You can be in Hamilton, so anyone can be in Hamilton so long as they're not white. In fact, the current Hamilton on Broadway right now, he's an Aboriginal Australian. He's a black guy, really dark skin. And Aaron Burr is played by a Chinese actor. The Schuyler sisters are all played by these very beautiful dark skinned ladies and stuff like that. So like it's interchangeable. And talk about your comment on minstrels, minstrel shows or how it makes you feel uncomfortable. Hamilton does not have anything in common with minstrels, and I can say that as a person who has seen many minstrel shows, or who have researched them, for my projects or for because I'm a big animation fan. For example, I don't know if you know this, but did you know that Mickey Mouse is based off of a minstrel performer?
No, but I would expect a lot of those old Disney
Yeah,
cartoons are based off of some pretty risque stuff.
yeah, that's why Mickey wears the gloves and his old face was white. That was why he was based off of a minstrel performer. But the point is that The entire point of minstrel shows was ha ha ha, ain't black people stupid as hell, is basically the point of it. And they had specific characters that they used to demonstrate that. Again, I'm going to use some problematic language here, but it is what it is. You know, to demonstrate my point, you had Jim Crow. Jim Crow was a lazy black man who essentially was a good for nothing. He didn't do anything and contribute to anything. You had Zip Coon. Zip Coon was a uppity black man who thought that he was more than what he was, and despite acting smart whenever he opened his mouth, he was a complete dumbass. You had the Sapphire, the loudmouth nagging black woman, the loudmouth nagging black wife of the Jim Crow character. And the sad thing is that you still see this character today with how black women characters are winning, but still, you had the Pickaninny, the little black-faced little girls or little boys who were there to basically be weird and mischievous. You had the tragic mulatto, the mixed girl who doesn't know where she fits into society and usually ends up dying for whatever the fuck. These are the characters that appear in minstrels, and no matter which minstrel you're watching, they all do this. They all have served the same purpose. They're the joke. They're the characters you see. No one in Hamilton there is no Jim Crow character in Hamilton. There's no Zip Coon. This stuff is played completely straight, and it's supposed to be taken seriously. Now, I can understand maybe being put off by the quote-unquote corny performances of the actors, but speaking as a guy who's been in theater myself, that's theatrics. The reason the characters act like that, because if you come off on stage acting very stilted and nervous, people are going to notice that, and you're going to lose the audience. And most likely, people are going to blast you online, or you're going to get a negative review on when the reviews come out. You are your weapon. Your body is basically the only tool you have. You don't have a POV shot from a camera in theater. You are the performance, and you have to use every part of your body to kind of entice the audience on your side. Because if you lose the audience, the play goes downhill. And if you are a big part of the play, the whole play is screwed. And I remember my first play, I botched the performance, and people were clowning me. And I'm like, damn. And that's how I learned, my teacher, Miss Gray, she taught me, you need to use your body. You need to understand every part of your body is a tool that you can use to improve your performance. If you aren't confident in yourself, the audience won't. And that's why they act the way they do like that, because again, it's a part of the performance. If this was a movie, I would completely agree with you, Carlin. It would not work because movies are supposed to be realistic. If you act like this in a movie, you're going to be called out for overacting or making something cartoonish.
Of course.
But in theater, the opposite is true because theater is like that weird medium between being somewhat realistic but still set in fantasy. So that is another reason why it kind of puts off people. But you have to do that if you really want to sell your performance. And sometimes you're performing for hundreds of thousands of people in the fucking audience. The guy in the back, all the way at the back in the bleachers, has to know what you were doing. And if you're being really, really mid with your performance, no one's going to give a fuck about you. And on top of that, you're going to ruin the play and look bad. And I've been both in and out of that seat multiple times, throughout my career. And even when voice acting too. So like I said, I guess wrapping everything up, is Hamilton for minorities? Yeah, because they are the only ones who have completely benefited from this. White people, Darby, what I disagree with Darby with, white people, quote unquote white people, I was in the seeing this with my friends. They didn't want this initially. What they wanted was like, okay, no, we want to go for the Music Men, the Song of Music, these sort of things. Rap was something that was kind of seen as unproven. In the Heights isn't really all rap. It's mainly just reggaeton and Latin beats. So when hip hop is used, it's not used as much as those other things. It's like a traditional musical. But Hamilton not only, proved that this can work through the power of Black creators. But emphasizing that, it really did open the door for so many people, because now the Broadway shows that are out now, you have Americana, which is about, it's created by these left leaning his Mexican guys, is
Mhm.
about the struggle of being an immigrant in the United States, how the United States has turned its back on Mexican immigrants and really immigrants in general. You have Strange Loop, which is a show focused, which is a show created by a Black guy, a gay Black man, talking about this hotel run by these queer Black people, trans and non-binary. You have Six, a show which is about the wives of King Henry the Sixth, and they're all played by different actresses of color, similar to kind of what Hamilton did, telling their own story, an all female cast. You have what else? A lot of musicals out. You have there are others, but my point is that all these shows are getting greenlit and are finding it easier and easier to get into Broadway now, and that's because of the doors that Hamilton broke open. So I'm like, hell yeah, like fuck yeah, what the fuck yeah. It definitely has helped people of color more so than anyone else. Ariana DeBose was the bullet, a minor role in Hamilton, and has not only won all these awards. And yeah, I know we can talk about the Oscars and how rigged they are, and yeah, I do agree with that. But she is making gains. Leslie Odom Jr. is about. I don't know if you've seen the movie Knives Out, the first one.
No, that's also on my list to watch.
Yeah, that movie. He's going to be in the sequel of that. David Diggs, he kind of quit theater after this. He kind of said he kind of had his fill. He wanted to focus more on like his rap career and music and movie career. But like he just won a Hugo Award. All these people are like going places, and it's like Hamilton is like that starting point to getting into, when you are a part of the show, it takes you places, and it's still breaking barriers. I mean, for fuck's sake, like Carlin, I know you're not the biggest channel, but look how many comments you have on that one video alone, and it's
Mhm.
still growing. It 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 changed the game. Now, I'm not saying that Hamilton should be the end all be all. I don't know if I don't know if you've seen that the '90s Cinderella movie with Brandy in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying stuff like Hamilton or Brandy should be the end all be all. This is what representation is. No, of course not. I'm not saying that it should be this is what we should always be, because you always want to surpass your limit. But damn it, speaking as a person of the culture, seeing the people and talking to the people that it's influenced, meeting, seeing people like Black Thought, Questlove, all these hip hop artists come together, and people don't have to care that these guys made it. But what matters is that it's made by people of the culture. It's not just made by white people trying to basically examine something from afar and write it down. It's made by the people who are within it. And seeing stuff like that and seeing it succeed when it was considered, yeah, it's easy to say it was always going to be successful. People said that about The Lion King 1994. No, it wasn't. It very much could have failed, because Bloody Andrew Jackson failed, which was basically similar to Hamilton, but it had an entirely all-white cast and basically recast Andrew Jackson and his peers as a bunch of emo white kids. This play really did, change, it changed the game. And really, I still listen to it. I find out new things about this play every single day, and it makes me love it more. That's why I love videos like your videos, Carlin. It allows me to reevaluate myself. And I thought Darby isn't coming with it. And I can understand why, but my point is I'm like, nah, let's have this conversation. And through this, I think I found out why I feel strongly about your words and why I feel strongly about this play. And it goes back to my childhood, where I was told that I'm not of the culture because I'm this XYZ and bullshit like that. And I
Mhm.
kind of feel the same way about this. So that is my soliloquy, y'all. I'm sorry I went in like that. I kind of got passionate there for a second.
All
Um,
good.
Hopefully, the stuff I said in that rambling made sense to you, Carlin, because I went on a spiel there for a good 30 minutes, 30 or 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Um, I'm not trying to change your perspective on any of this. I'm not saying you have to like Hamilton. What I am saying though is that I do think most of your critiques, I just think you're not that big of a fan of Broadway and its style, and that's cool. You said Encanto you felt like would have been better without the songs, and they should have just told the story organically.
Right.
You weren't really the biggest. You felt, and I agree with you on this. Thinking about it, you felt that the songs and In the Heights distracted from the story that was being told, or actively fought against what the movie was trying to say. You know, it talks about how bad. You said it talked about how bad Washington Heights is, yet kind of showed the exact opposite. Through the dialogue,
Hmm.
and that's my thing. I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. Carl, it's perfectly fine to not like this play for XYZ reasons. My only issue is just that, like I said, it's just using these fallacies, the no true Scotsman's fallacy, putting labels on something of what's white, what's black. I just think I'm just kind of tired of we as a culture doing that to each other, but we turn around and you know, do it to ourselves. It's like I won't go there. I was going to get really political there for a second, but I'm saying the effects of white people are so ingrained within our culture that I feel like we do some stuff that we don't even realize is that, that we don't even realize is because of the white supremacy that black people have had to endure for such a long time.
Absolutely.
And that's what I was going to say. I just feel like we do this shit to ourselves. And it's because of culture is so Eurocentric that it's become normalized within the black community, and I think that's a fucking problem. Excuse me for that, for my French.
You're totally fine.
Yeah, that is my piece. That is my quote unquote rebuttal, my stance on this. It is a great play. And when you listen to it, you see the passion, you see the people behind the stage matches the intent. If Lin Manuel wanted to make a quick, and also, like I said, Lin Manuel wasn't trying to give charity to other races or be involved and do all this stuff. Because to me, you don't need an excuse to make a diverse thing. You should want to. Why would you want to keep rehashing the same tired white tropes, same movies, these white rom coms where the white Julie Andrews or the white actress has a black best friend who is clearly more interesting than her, but we focus on the love life of the white actress over what their friends are doing.
Hmm.
Like, you don't need an excuse to be diverse. You just do it, because to me, in the words of the great Toni Morrison, if there's a story out there that you want to read but you haven't, but it's not available, make it yourself. You don't really need a reason to want to be diverse. It's not about giving a charity. It's about, again, doing something. It's just, it's about just doing it. Why not be diverse? Why not give opportunities to people who don't usually get them? Why keep throwing the same scraps to the fat cats who are already overweight and are taking the food for everyone else? And that's my spiel. Let me drink some water. That's my spiel on the whole incident.
Mm.
Uh, I think this is a wonderful play. Um, Speaking as a person from theater industry, the leitmotifs, all this stuff is masterful. Some of the stuff shouldn't work, but it really does, and it gets me every time. And you know, to me, Carlin might feel different, and that's fine. But I'm giving this to me. What's your highest rating on here, Carlin?
On what?
Your
Like
re-
the
your
like
review?
the movie itself? Like what do I rate it?
No, your reviews, like in general. Like, what's the highest score you can give, like on a 1 to 10 rating? Like, do you
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
the?
yeah. On a 1 to 10 scale of how I rate this
Oh
movie.
no. Oh no, I was just asking about like how high your rating scale goes, like for any in the movie you do. Because to me, Hamilton, like I said, I'm just giving you my rating. I think it's a 10. I think not only is the acting there, not only are the motifs there, not only do you it introduce no melody goes unused here, and in Broadway that's hard to do. It's almost like a building block of the nation itself, quote unquote. each song comes together to form this symphony of this tragic dickhead Hamilton, who never realized what he had. And to this day, Hamilton's legacy is still contested by many different people. Um, so to me, I give this a 10. I love this. I recommend anybody, give this a watch. It's fine if it may not be for you, and I get that. But I think this is really something special. Not something like this doesn't come, often, especially in Broadway. You have big shows that make and leave an impact, but Hamilton is one of those shows that we're still seeing the effects of today. Like Carlin, and you're kind of a smaller channel. The fact that you have almost 50 people in a single video, still commenting and giving their thoughts. Some of them are my friends, others aren't. Kind
Hmm.
of shows the power of this play. So I give it a 10 out of 10 for me personally.
Hmm.
Um, Favorite moment, I guess, because I didn't get this. I think my favorite moment was in the room where it happens, where we see Burr, slowly go from this very cautious individual to being passionate about what he wants in life. I really like that, especially when he says, "But we dream in the dark for the most part." He jumps. That is my favorite line from the musical. So that's my favorite line. I already basically said what I appreciate about it. And so yeah, that is my spiel. That is my rating, my soliloquy, whatever you want to call it. That is that is my passionate rant for the entire year. And
Hmm.
Carla, that is on to you. What do what are your thoughts?
So first of all, there's no way anyone can give any piece of media a 10 without being biased about that said media.
Well, I just did. I mean, hey, like I Colin, what one of my biggest thing was is that there is an exception to every rule, man. Not everybody functions under the same, under the same pretenses. I just say personally for me, because this is just how I view it. And I'm looking at this because I wouldn't give like in the heights a 10 out of 10. I wouldn't give like I don't give 10 out of 10s like talking about it. I usually go the highest I usually give is usually like an 8 and it goes down from there. But I'm like, man, thinking about everything, how this works, just how much of a gamble this is, because it's easy to fuck this up. It really is. I've been in productions who can barely hold on to one motif and use it correctly. Um, I really do like it. I really do appreciate it. I'm not trying to be biased. I don't give this out like candy, and I'm certainly not going to pretend. I'm certainly not going to pretend to be swayed and give it a 5. Um, I think I guess because I'm thinking about it, and I feel like yeah, I really do like appreciate how they were able to pull this off. It's really hard just coming as a person from the culture. And also, has anybody given a 10 on your podcast before?
No, there's no way.
No, I'm saying like no one's given a 10. Nobody has get out of all the films you review, no one's given a film a 10 before.
That I've reviewed? Oh,
Yeah,
you mean
like
for the podcast or just films?
yeah, like for the film, like the podcast, like you reviewed with people, like when you do those podcast reviews with other people, none of your guests have ever given anything a 10 before.
I'm sure maybe they have, but I'm sure they were still biased on that 10.
My thing is that like I said, man, there's an exception to every rule. And hey, if not, then I become the first. This makes my appearance even more special. Because I will be the first person to kind of pop that cherry, metaphorically speaking. And I appreciate it. And on top of that, Carlin, just speaking in general, opinions in general are like kind of biased. That's kind of like the idea of an opinion.
Of
It's hard.
course.
It's kind of hard. It's unless we're talking about the actual intent of something, or like say a scientific fact or something that cannot be argued, everything is going to be subjective in some shape or form.
Of course. Every fact is an opinion if you want to look at it like that.
Yeah, so like that's my opinion. That is my opinion. That is my spiel. And That's fine. I kind of know how you feel already based on either that smart guy quote. I might even watch Smart Guy after this, but that's my opinion, and I can kind of pass it on to you, Carlin.
Let's see. Um,
You gave it a 1 last time, or at least in the thing, and a
I
2 in your review.
I did a 2 or 1.
You gave it 2 different scores in your actual like written synopsis on what you reviewed it. You gave it a 1.
Oh, that's right. Yes, right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I do rate them in that way. Yeah, I
yeah,
always like to rate them as like number base, and then just rate them
yeah.
as like analogies or whatever have you.
Yeah, so you gave it a 1 because in your actual written review, but with Darby you gave it a 2. And you give the rating and what you appreciate about it, and hey, this, the conversation we had, and then I guess we can close things off. And so, go, now the ball's in your court. I can use sports analogies too.
Okay, I'm sure I'll probably fit in a sports analogy somewhere in here. Um, so first things first. Obviously for the podcast, I find appreciation for these films that I absolutely had no care in watching.
Oh yeah,
And after seeing Hamilton for a second time, especially seeing it with you
yeah.
definitely have had me think about things a little bit differently, or you shed things more in light. I would say.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. But that just a little, just add a little bit of color, and it makes a difference.
Right, right, right. And then of course there are certain things about Hamilton and just about theater that I would just have to take your word for because I'm just not into that world.
Yeah.
And I think and I think Hamilton, I feel that I like musicals and maybe just not Broadway musicals.
Uh, well, I think, like I said, based on what you say, I think if anything, Carlin, maybe you just like jukebox musicals where it's based off of pre-existing music and it's just set to a story rather than original, actual Broadway musicals. If that's only me guessing though. Hmm,
Maybe. I mean,
not,
there's still a lot of musicals I like though. I mean, every Disney movie back in the day was like a musical, and I
well, yeah,
still
well,
listen
well,
to those soundtracks.
Well, yeah, but that's my thing. Those are like those are based in the or somewhat based in the Broadway thing, but some of those like The Lion King, stuff like The Lion King, those are not really show tunes. Those are just straight up African songs and R&B songs. They're not like an
Hmm.
amalgamation of multiple different things. So like those are just pure authentic songs of whatever genre they're a part of. They're not necessarily show tunes. Mm,
Right, right, right.
mhm.
Um. So yeah, I think it's funny. After this, I think I'm gonna listen to the last Starfighter musical and
Yeah,
see what
man.
else I can pull from it. But as far as Hamilton, I know originally I gave it like a 1 or 2. If
Mhm.
I have to rate it again now, I mean, it might still be the same. I think I told myself literally right before it ended, I was like, I would rather watch YouTube ads for 2 hours and 40 minutes than to rewatch another scene of Hamilton. Because I don't know maybe it is just from like what you said, theatrical actors, they're supposed to be over the top. They're supposed to do this and do that because that's what it calls for. And it
Yeah,
won't look the same anywhere else but on stage. And I
because if this was a musical, Hamilton, if this was a film, this entire thing would have to be changed. This would be a completely different production. You can't do number one, you can't be this minimalistic in a movie. The setting has to be there. Well, you know that,
of course.
obviously. So like, I don't know. Like,
And
although
this
I'm
is and this
worried.
is another reason why In the Heights didn't work for me when I watched it. Because that movie just really doesn't translate well to film. And I'm sure probably the play was a lot better.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing though. I think Carlin, I don't know if you would really like golden age Hollywood musicals though, because they're basically like this. And that's what
Dude,
I was
I
saying.
watched Golden Age Hollywood musicals.
Well, what's your favorite one? You seen like what's your favorite Golden Age Hollywood musical?
Oh, it's hard to name them. I mean, anything with uh June Allison, I used to just watch that like on the TMC channel. On of course, obviously, Wizard of Oz is cool. Um, I just like the characters in that one, but I watch those musicals and not get bored of them. But for some reason, I watch Hamilton, and maybe just because of me being distracted by, I guess, the fast rapping and all that stuff, because I'm not used to seeing that. It completely
Hmm.
just throws me off, and and
Well,
immediately I think of, well, that's not what hip hop is. What they're trying to do, and in a sense, they're not trying to necessarily be that way, but it's
yeah.
just how I'm perceiving it.
Well, again, I think again it does go back. You are a film guy, and your thing is, hey, if you're going to make a film, make a film. Try to think how this works into the film medium. And I think your issue with some films is that they are trying to replicate the Broadway version, the Broadway stage play too much, even though it's a completely different medium. And again, the same issues that some actual actors have with theater actors whenever they try to do movies. And I think because, from what you're saying, I think that is your issue here. Your issue here is the Broadway stage performance style compared to, because like I said, Carlin, I do think most of your original, critiques of Hamilton are backhanded critiques of Broadway, because this is just how it is. Like
I
something
agree.
like, yeah, like Les Mis is like this. It's sung all the way through. And again, it's not for everybody. I will fully admit that it is an acquired taste. But my only rebuttal against that is just that, like, let's not try to code things to be white or black, because when we do that, we're erasing all of the black people who have made this medium what it is and who are still basically doing that. That
Oh, of
was
course.
that was basically my thing. And I know you probably didn't mean to say that, but like that was the unfortunate implication that came across with that. And I think, and that's fine. Hamilton is sung all the way through. I think maybe if this was a straight up film, where there was spoke, because if this was a film, half of these songs would probably be cut and would just be just dialogue between the characters.
Yeah.
Because
Boring.
it would not work. Or maybe if it was
Well,
animated,
yeah, I mean, I
I
agree
think it
with
would
you on
probably,
that.
this would probably
This
release if it
Hamilton
were animated.
production can
Um,
really only exist on stage, and if not that, just on a soundtrack somewhere.
that's the thing, so I think that's my thing. But as you were saying, I'm glad that I was able to maybe, because, like I said, I wasn't trying to make you a stan of this. I was just trying to give my own perspective. But I'm glad that, my words kind of maybe gave you a new perspective that you didn't have initially from your talk with Darby.
Right. Yeah. And I was actually just texting Darby a little while ago about it.
Oh, what'd you tell her?
I was like, this second act is just, it's rough. And then she literally responds back with she's like, but what about Philip? I was like, who? And she's like, okay, clearly you don't care.
Carlin, you should have fired back. I'm not gonna. I'm like, you could have fired back. I said, what? I see. I think she clearly cares about this play, but I really did feel like she was just trying to kind of appease you with that score that she initially gave. Mm, but like I said, Philip, go ahead and speak your peach. What is, I guess, what you gave it a 1 and a 2 last time. So, what would your score be this time if it's changed at all?
I mean, listen, I can appreciate the lighting, the acting. The acting is awesome. I think these
Hmm.
actors are very talented. I think
Hmm.
they 100% deserve their their careers of what happened after Hamilton, how it branched off to a lot of different mediums for them, of them showcasing their talents.
Hmm.
Um, Again, whoever built this entire stage is incredible. The way it spins, the way it moves, how people are able to just seamlessly just flow through it.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like a turntable.
yeah, I think all of that is awesome. I still just cannot get down with the content in itself.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't think this is like a race thing. I just think it's again the Broadway aesthetic that I think seems to be your big issue because it's a reoccurring thing that comes up in most of the videos and in our conversations, and that's cool. There is nothing wrong with that. But it's just that my only issue was just that the fallacies that you were using were not only monolithic, but also kind of disingenuous because it kind of, whitewashes the black people or people of color in general who have made this medium what it is and who are still working their asses off to kind of carve out a niche for themselves on stage. But like, that's fine. That's fine to not be a fan of, because I get it. Show tunes are an amalgamation of various different things where you're like, you seem to be in the camp of, look, take something and pick something and stick with it, sort of thing. And
Mm,
that's fine. But
right. And I think that's why I I said earlier that this whole entire play reminds me of a bad Logic album. If anyone listens to Logic, he's a rapper, but I think Logic is one of the most talented rappers ever. So talented that I get mad whenever he sounds like something else or pretends to be something else, which is what he often does. And it's kind of why, or it is what I see in this Hamilton play. Just a lot of
well,
references, a lot of influences, but not really. And who am I to say this, right? But not really being itself, or at least that's just how I perceive it to be.
well, and that's the thing. But here's my thing. Hamilton is most certainly itself because again, it is Broadway.
Right.
The thing is that as you kind of came to the assertion, Hamilton is not trying to basically, because look, if Hamilton wanted to be it is adhering to the show tune style. Hamilton is not just rap; it's these rap mixed in with all these other genres. If Hamilton wanted to be straight up hip hop, it would have been a jukebox musical, and it would have been rough. At least in my
Mm.
opinion, it would have been because jukebox musicals just straight up riff songs and do that. My thing is that even without the references, even if I want to point them out, to me the songs still work because they serve the story and the narrative. The references don't have to mean fuck all to you. The story still works in the context of the story, and I think that's what works. It's kind of like, and I compare this to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Yes, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit has cartoons, from all different eras of the golden age. But those it's not just using these references to like, hey, look, there's Bugs Bunny. Hey, look, there's Droopy. Hey, look, there's Daffy and Donald Duck. Hey, look, there's Betty Boop. Yeah, that's nice, but it's using them to build its own narrative. It's not just there as a crux. You don't have to catch them. It's just an Easter egg if you do. And to me, it kind of amplifies what the meaning of the characters are saying. You don't have to catch this or know who wrote this or anything. It still works within the context of it's still about Hamilton, the people he knew, and how they kind of like affect them. It's very much a show tune. It's very much Broadway, and there are tons of Broadway references and nods to this. And I think it's not trying to kind of be the, hey guys, this is our take on, say, LL Cool J, or this is our take on all this stuff. It may use the stuff as influence because it's partially created by these people or
Hmm.
influenced. It's very much its own thing. It is very much Broadway. Lin Manuel has been very upfront about that. It is very much theater, and it kind of like it wears that on its sleeve, which is why and that's fine. When you are just authentically, I think the best way to describe Hamilton is that it is earnestly itself. And for some people, that is too much. And hell, for some people, if you were too earnest enough, that's damn near cringe.
Hmm.
But it is not trying to be that. It's not trying to be something it's not. It's very much a musical. And it is bathing in it is basically wrapped in layers and layers of Broadway history, and it's representing them proudly. We're, be it all, fuck all what people think. But on to Logic, I didn't know he was your favorite rapper of all time.
Oh, he's definitely not. But I'm just saying he's a very talented rapper who's
Yeah,
too talented to be sounding like everyone else.
yeah, but oh, that's interesting. But like, that's what it is, you know. But like, yeah. So, I guess is your score still the same as it was last time?
It would have to be, but I would say I can appreciate this a lot more now.
All right. I guess you don't have to point to a specific thing, but what do you appreciate about it, or that you didn't appreciate about it before, we did this?
I would probably say maybe just the whole breakdown you did of just because obviously the first time I watched it, I didn't really have a good sense of different types of musicals
Yeah.
in Broadway, and and uh and now that you told me that there's definitely more than one.
Yeah, there are tons, man.
Yeah, yeah. It makes me believe now that Hamilton is, obviously, yeah, it's a musical, but or shit, I don't know. I don't honestly don't know, but I do appreciate it more after just how much history you've told me. Again, I have to just take your word for it.
Oh yeah, hey man, I'm not trying to pull your leg.
Yeah, of how much history it does break down of not only just within the story historical, which I couldn't care less about, but I can still appreciate that they're still trying to educate people, but also the history of just Broadway, of from its music, all it's done for jazz, and from jazz to hip hop, and then from hip hop to pop, and taking so many writers from the hip hop community to collaborate on it. I can appreciate all that to create a final product that people can say that they're proud of.
Mm-hmm.
But I can appreciate that. But still, somewhere in my heart, I still can't get down with this.
I mean, Carlin, that's the thing. That's fine. But like I said, I really do think, based on everything we've talked about, I just think you are just not a fan of Broadway, as a medium, as for what it is and what you feel, even if that it may not be true, it may not be correct, or what you feel it kind of represents. Because, like, it got to a point in our DMs, everybody, where we were basically because Carlin, I didn't bring this up when we were in the Heights. You guys can see it earlier before. Carlin basically asked me, what's the point of theater / Broadway still even being a thing, and I didn't really give him an answer on that. But my point is that musical theater and Broadway is kind of a foundation of American media. You
Hmm.
know,
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, because before radio, before all the popular genres you could think of, people went out to go to vaudeville. Vaudeville, people would perform comedy hour and sing songs, usually
Abs-
operatic.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah, and that is where it's so. Even though I'm going to admit, show tunes, musical films are not going to be don't make millions of dollars the way that they used to. They're not out doing superhero films, but back in the day, and Hamilton kind of is reminiscent of that. Um, it is a representation of kind of the current musical vernacular, and it represents very much kind of like I said, it very much represents what the culture is, what is going on right now. And again, like I said, it's perfectly fine not to like this or to be down with it. But all I was doing is kind of arguing, coming up to bat for it as a person of color, seeing the effects it's had, and kind of just letting Carlin know that he's not the biggest fan of Broadway musicals. Because, like I said, I get maybe liking two musicals, but I also feel like that's like me going to going to Jack in the Box and eating their taco pack and saying that I like Mexican food, but I've only ever had tacos from Jack in the Box and never anything from like an actual like Mexican restaurant. I think that's what that's almost like. And again, that's fine. I have people who hate musical theater. My friend Willie hates theater. He clowned in the Heights when he showed it to his other friends. Um, But I think that just seems to be like your big issue is that you can't get down with the Broadway structure because
I can't get down with the Broadway structure, and it just, well, maybe it's just the Broadway structure, because I was gonna say the Broadway structure and just how everything is just presented.
which
The
is the
rap,
Broadway which is the
yeah, yeah,
Broadway
yeah,
structure.
yeah,
Because you kind of felt the same way about Encanto, the music that was in it.
yeah. But Encanto is the pure definition of a mediocre ass animated movie. But just because I would say uh, Encanto represents the Colombian community in a light that literally no one has ever seen before, I will always support that movie.
And I really like it, but there are people who don't. I had a semi debate with somebody who did not really who felt a certain kind of way about the messaging. But like I said, I think the more I look at it, Carlin, I just feel like I'm able to articulate kind of your issues with this musical, a little better than you can be able to pronounce them because I've talked to
Hmm.
people like
Oh,
you.
definitely. You have definitely done that.
Yeah,
100%.
again, I understand where you're coming from, and I do feel like, you know, but my thing is that I've also talked to people again about the subject matter as well. And the idea is that my point is that
Mm.
about the subject matter because I also feel like that's what you're inching towards, but you're not really able to articulate it.
You
But
know what? You know what? Now that I think about it, everything about Hamilton, the way it was just throwing itself at me, is the reason why I ejected. It's not only just the music, the rap, and stuff like that, but also the American history, the I think it's just that the music, how it's presented, and in American history, everything that I feel that as a Black American in his 20s is kind of just like what I'm not trying to hear right now, or at least not
well,
from this media.
Well, I mean that's fine, but I guess this kind of I bought this up to a friend as well. My thing is that number one, the question is why this, why that. This is like I said, it is a rebuttal against traditional norms, and on top of that, when you have these actors playing these people, what they say takes on an entirely different meaning. For example, you have Burr and Hamilton. Hamilton, the way he acts is the way, say, a modern BLM activist would act. And I know because boy, have I have friends who are like that, and we have butted heads a few times just based on how they act. He is very loud. He's very screw this. I'm doing this. You know what? The system sucks. This, and that. And Burr is basically all about respectability politics, which people do not care for. And the way that this is presented, the way that these characters are, and the people who are playing them, everything that they say plays with that lyricism, and it takes on a completely different meaning. But as I told my friend, do you know who Phil Lamar is?
No.
Or do you watch Futurama? Or
Yes.
have you seen it? Okay, so have you seen Samurai Jack?
Yes.
Okay, obviously have you seen the Justice League, the cartoon,
Absolutely.
the original? Okay, well, he's the voice of the Green Lantern. He's the voice of Static Shock. He's the voice of Samurai Jack.
Yeah, he's a legendary voice actor.
Yes, and Zeno Robson. I know you don't know who he is, but he is an up and coming voice actor. He's played a lot of anime characters. He's a dub voice actor. My thing is that most importantly is that what Hamilton ultimately says, the theme of Hamilton is legacy. And what Hamilton never understands is that he tries to rise up and basically tries to make people see him a certain kind of way. He tries to override himself. It's like, dude, you can't overwrite yourself. You're trying to make yourself seem that like you're this great guy when you're really not, and you're fucking over all these people. And by the time it's all said and done, Hamilton's legacy is a mess. Even to this day, who Hamilton is hotly debated, and that's just because people choose to see you how they want. If I line up 10 different people to ask them to describe me, I guarantee you, Carlin, I would get 10 different answers. That's just how people are.
Right, of course.
And my thing is with Hamilton, and I understand where this is coming from, but my thing is that what matters is that Hamilton isn't saying how great these people are. They're very flawed. Hamilton basically spends the entire play putting people before himself and never learning his lesson until he's about to die. Berg fucks up. Burr ends up fucking up and killing his best friend over nothing. And Jefferson and Madison are these bigoted elites who act like the people that are in the White House to this day, acting like they care, but go out of their way to kind of oppress people. It's not saying that these guys are valid or stuff like that. It's very much, who they are and the way that these characters are changes depending on who plays them. But going back to Phil Lamar, and Zeno Robinson, my point is, and what I had a good conversation with my friend about this last couple of years ago, is that these guys are most importantly actors. Yes, the people that they played, the people that they played may not match their ethnicity. But like I said, that doesn't take away how great the acting is. It doesn't take away how great the performances are. The performances are still their own. Just like not being able to see Zeno Robinson, and even if he mostly plays quote unquote Asian characters more than he does people that match his own ethnicity, and even though you can't see him, it doesn't somehow mean that again that he's somehow invalidated culturally because of that. And I understand that, but that's kind of what I told my friend and how I feel. Captain Hook is a white guy. Like I told you yesterday, Captain Hook is white, and so is John Darling. But I don't think that somehow invalidates me or the performances that I've given, or maybe the representation that I've given to people who can see people who look like me on stage performing and showing, hey, you know what? I can do that too. And just like the play says, tomorrow there'll be more of us. Tomorrow someone might get influenced by, you know what? I really like that Desdar guy who was Captain Hook, or hey, I really like that Desdar guy who was who played such and such, and they go and they might become inspired to go and do something make their own thing, or try to become an actor in this or that, or they see Phil Lamar and they say, hey, maybe I can be like him because I never knew that I never knew that was an option for people like me. And that's personally the way I see it and the way that I choose, that's the way I view it. I don't think it invalidates either the messaging or that these people are saying, or somehow kind of take away from the representation of it all. And I understand, being as a person on the outside looking in, you may not be able to see that, and that's perfectly fine, but it goes a very long way. And I'm sure that seeing people that look like you, do stuff, it can inspire you. It kind of ignites a fire in your heart.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I feel, on that.
Okay. So I understand what you're saying about every character on Hamilton kind of represents a different American.
Well, not exactly. It's more so the idea of Hamilton specifically is that they represent these core themes, and initially when Hamilton came out, there was a sentiment. It probably does. I don't know how far this exists to this day about who or what America, what Americans can look like, or who how only white people. It's again the coding thing that you were kind of unintentionally doing in your first review. People were doing that, but it was mainly white people saying, "Oh, only this is a white thing, or this is this or that." Hamilton was a complete rebuttal against all of that by saying, no, fuck it, I may not care about the United States, I'm not even there, but the thing is that just because you look a certain way doesn't somehow invalidate your cultural identity. And each of these characters,
of course not.
And that's the point. And as we move away from that, maybe that gets lost, but just because it's harder to see in hindsight because of how popular this thing has gotten, that doesn't somehow take away from, that doesn't somehow make it invisible or somehow whitewash it, And I can understand America is awful. I'm not going to sit here and tell you otherwise. But what I'm saying is that, this play is more than just that. And when you look at how these characters are presented, if Hamilton was founder chic, basically the entire premise of this show, no one would really have any flaws, be presented as problematic, and it would basically be like, we did this for the greater good. But it's like, no, you did this for yourself. What the fuck? You did this because you wanted it, because of your own ego, because of the power you could get from it. Because that's what Hamilton did. He basically tried to status seek. Despite having all this power, he wanted more, but ended up losing it all because he couldn't get enough. His pride wouldn't let him stop. And it ended up killing him, ended up killing his son, and it ended up fucking up his life. And the issue is that the power is the issue. You're obsessing with power did this to you. This is why you all ended up like this in the first place. And you tried to build yourself up as these fucking monuments. And now look at you. No one's gonna view you as these heroes. People will view you however the hell they want.
Exactly. Yep. So again, I can understand, or at least I can understand half of what you're saying about the characters, but I still can't get past that, or at least for my first viewing, I could never get past that just because of how the entire production is presented.
Which, yeah, it goes with the whole Broadway aesthetic. It is, like I said, and I think that's what it mainly does go back to, because of the way Broadway and stage shows are presented. They are very they are very bombastic and animated and all in your face and very toothy. And that's fine. That's not for everybody. I think, you're valid in feeling that way, Carlin. Like I said, I was never trying to get you to become the biggest Hamilton stan in Georgia, but just giving a different perspective.
Oh yeah, of course. You've definitely given me a way different perspective, and I'm going to explore it a lot more with maybe reading a few articles. And I told my brother to watch like the first 10-15 minutes of it so I can get his take on it.
Well, hey, I'm always around. I have some very good video essays that talk about Hamilton. I have in a very nuanced way. I have some from my friend Howard Ho, which talks about the structure, but I also have a black friend who whose video essay he made too. They are positive, but they're very, very, very nuanced. He's a very left-leaning black guy, if that's okay with you.
Mm-hmm.
Who talks about certain aspects that I feel like you want to articulate, but you aren't really like finding a way to put your stuff into words that I can link you, and then afterwards, if you were interested in that. And no, it's not talking about the musical. It's him giving his thoughts on what he saw, the reception to it, and also what he feels like it means for the culture. And he also talks about Lin-Manuel a bit and how he feels, about Lin, in that. This is the black friend. So like maybe those could maybe help you put your feelings into perspective, because I feel like that's you kind of I feel like you're kind of in the same kind of camp as him. It feels like, again, I just feel like I'm able to articulate kind of your critiques or what you're trying to say like a bit better than maybe how you're able to put them in the words like currently.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, maybe. I think you said it all for me.
Yeah, I guess we're quite a team. I did not expect to get this passionate, but it was pretty. I'm glad. I think that this was really good. If you want me to link you those videos, I can. After this is all said and done.
Yeah, go for it.
So do you want my black friend first, or like Howard Ho? Because granted, Howard Ho has multiple videos on this, or it depends on which one you want to see first.
It doesn't matter. You just send them all, and I'll get to it whenever I can.
All right, sure. So I guess this was pretty good. I'll be doing this right now. But yeah, guys. I had a blast. I thought that this was a really nice conversation. We talked about some pretty heavy stuff, but I guess heavy stuff comes with being black.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I had a blast, Carlin. I hope maybe sometime in the future we can do another maybe a non-musical film.
Absolutely. You can And then next time we'll have Darby. Well, Darby would definitely join.
Yeah, maybe we can do blind spotting David Diggs films about racism.
We can 100% do that because I have no interest to watch that film.
Yeah, it is really good. But yeah, but that is, that's me. Uh, that is oh my goodness, that I just sent. I hope I sent the right thing. But yeah,
Yeah.
that is me. Oh no, that's wrong. But yeah, that is, guys. This has been Desdar. It has been a blast being on here with Carlin. Thank you for having me. I'm glad that I was able to kind of give you a different perspective, as a person of color, who had a black person who has been a huge theater kid and performer for the past like several years.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you again for coming on here. And Starfighters, this has been another podcast. I mean, I am 100% open for anybody to comment below and to come on this podcast. I think maybe I'll just save it for like specialty episodes, so where I can rewatch movies that maybe people disagreed
Yeah, I
with how
think
I
this
felt
is
about
going
it,
to be a good
or
episode
just watch,
to rewatch.
yeah, or just watch movies that maybe you guys have never been interested to watch, and I can give you a platform to do so. So either or, it will be great. Thank you again, Desdar, for coming on here.
Oh no, my pleasure, man. It was great.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Darby because I know she's going to be listening.
Oh, hey,
And
Darby. Sorry. Yeah, it was a
yeah,
great conversation.
yeah, yeah. Big shout out to Darby, and I will see you guys on the next one. But until then, victory or death, Starfighters.
Victory or death!